question. A waltz-length dress stops at what part of the body? 215-263. WMMR. We got a couple of Chris's on the line, but we're going to go to the first one that called in, which is Chris Y. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Chris, I need to know a waltz-length dress stops at what part of the body?
Mid-calf.
The calf, yeah.
All right. Never heard of that.
Thanks, Chris. Hang on.
Well, that's the length of the dresses they wore when they did the waltz.
I guess so. You got this correct, sir. So we're going to give you a pair of combo passes for the Bates Motel Haunted Attractions, Glen Mills, PA, and it is this week's big friggin' deal. Don't miss this, gang. 2 tickets for the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions for just $50. I mean, that's half price to experience the #1 haunted attraction in America. And you can get it now, WMMR.com. The keyword is deal while supplies last. And I believe that passes for like everything there.
It is. Go this weekend.
Which is like the corn maze and the hayride and the hotel and all that stuff.
These kind of things.
You can go down to
the hayride and the things and the scary things that come out and go, "Wah!"
So you can get that now at WMMR.com. All right, we're starting off with a Kardashian story. Kim has agreed to pay $1.26 million to settle Securities and Exchange Commission charges for promoting Ethereum Max's crypto asset on Instagram and failing to disclose a payment that she received for the promotion. Yeah. Gary Gensler, the chairman for the SEC.
Gary.
Said, Gary, you're so silly. Said on Monday, this case is a reminder. That when celebrities or influencers endorse investment opportunities, including crypto asset securities, it doesn't mean that those investment products are right for all investors.
This is kind of interesting because at the beginning of the influencer thing, she was called out a couple of times for doing basically commercials for products on her social media where she wasn't disclosing being compensated for that. And that was a big thing.
Yep, it is a big thing.
Yeah.
A lawyer for Kim said in a statement, Kim fully cooperated with the SEC from the very beginning, and she remains willing to do whatever she can to assist the SEC in this matter.
Declare my good name.
She wanted to get this matter behind her to avoid a protracted dispute. The agreement that she reached with the SEC allows her to do that so that she can move forward with her many different business pursuits. Now, speaking of her business pursuits, on Monday, I can't believe this.
Okay.
Kim launched a true crime podcast called The System on Spotify.
Yeah.
Spotify said in a statement, narrated by Kim Kardashian.
Oh, my God.
I know.
Oh,
That's
my God.
immediately
Could you
right.
pick a worse nasally voice?
Oh, my God.
There's like blood all over those.
And then the murderer entered the room.
Yeah.
Raised the knife up towards the ceiling.
Wait, I need to hear this.
Yeah, I know. I do too. So narrated by Kim Kardashian alongside veteran true crime producer Lori Rothschild and Zaldi.
What was it? Keith Morrison does all the Dateline stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Is he involved?
He's considered the benchmark for true crime sort of narration. She's the absolute opposite.
The System dives into the story of Kevin Keith, a man convicted of triple homicide who, for nearly 3 decades, has been working alongside his family to prove that he was wrongly accused. So she is diving into this world. Whose idea was this?
I would love to get a Moby Dick narrated by Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, right.
Call me Ishmael.
All right, so, I mean, we were talking about off-air, like, podcasts and how many of them are, the
Estimate 2.4 million separate podcasts, not episodes, shows.
And so many of them cannot find their way out of the weeds, and then she comes in.
Well, this one will.
And immediately, whether it's good or bad, I assume it's... Well, she's probably going to have like top-notch like producers and writers and all that stuff.
She'll probably get a big listenership out of the gate, and that will diminish once people realize they can't stand her voice.
If it says narrated by Kim Kardashian, she's just going to be reading a script.
Right.
It sounds to me that's like all she'll be. Oh, I know, Kath. I know. Definitely. I don't.
Turn page.
Somebody else will be doing the interviewing and obviously the research and all that sort of stuff. Because I've listened to some of that stuff.
I love that stuff.
It's really, really good stuff.
I've heard one or two and gotten caught up, but it's not my jam altogether. But if done well, sure, it can be very entertaining. What is this?
The question is, who done it? I am Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, it's going to be. I do want to get a sample out if we can scare one up.
All right.
The system.
So on to some other things. On Monday's episode of The View, Whoopi Goldberg called out a film critic who wrote that she found Goldberg's fat suit distracting in the movie Till, which had its world premiere at the New York Film Festival over the weekend. However, Whoopi clarified she wasn't wearing a fat suit. She said, I really don't care how you feel about the movie, but you should know that that was not a fat suit. That was me. That was me. That was steroids. Remember last year? I assume you don't watch the show, or you would know that it was not a fat suit. She was apparently taking steroids at the time.
She was pretty sick.
Filming, treating for her sciatica symptoms.
Oh, is that what that was for?
That's what it says in this story here. So she added, "It's okay to not be a fan of the movie, but you want to leave people's looks out of it. Just comment on the acting, and if you have questions, ask somebody. I'm sure you didn't mean to be demeaning." So apparently she was very pudgy.
How was she in the stand?
She was great as Mother Abigail. I didn't like the series overall, but I think she was right for that part.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, she's a great actress.
There's I'm not gonna say her name, even though she posted it, but there's a local reporter who I guess has gained weight. I don't know. I didn't really notice, but somebody wrote an article about her weight gain.
Oh, man.
Are you kidding?
She posted the article basically saying, like, are you kidding me right now? Like, you have no idea what's going on in my life. And the article was posted, so-and-so isn't pregnant. Like, she just gained weight, and that was what it was about.
Oh, man.
It was terrible. I was like,
cool.
but I was annoyed that I wish that that station. I was annoyed that she posted it because I'm like, you just drew attention to it. Yeah. Now all these other people that didn't see it, I would have never seen it had she not posted it. But
that's like the worst thing is, when do you do? And the person just put on weight, you know?
I mean, listen, anybody who has put on weight, they already know. They don't need you to tell them.
Yeah, totally. Well,
and they would never write that about a man. You know?
You're right, totally.
That article wouldn't come out about a man.
No, you're right. All right, Joshua Jackson. Haven't talked about that guy in a long time. Opened up to E! News recently about his first few years as a father. The Dawson's Creek star shares his 2-year-old daughter, Janie, with his wife, Jody Turner Smith.
Janie's got a gun.
And he said, essentially about fatherhood, he goes, you don't know anything. You just don't know anything until you get started. You don't have a choice. You dive right in one way or another. He said, it doesn't matter how many classes or conversations or help our aunts or parents, you don't know anything. And then you learn everything, and the baby teaches you as you go. I think he's spot on with that.
That was your experience as well?
I'll never forget, because we had family in town. We have no family here, my wife and I. And so family came in when she was giving birth, so we had support. And then when they left, it was just the three of us, and we're like, oh no. It got really, we weren't expecting it.
I want a divorce.
It's like, I'm leaving.
I can't remember a lot about when Ben was first born, but I specifically remember walking out of the hospital with me and Melissa and Ben, and thinking to myself, I can't believe they're letting us leave this place.
I know.
You know, they're in, we walked in with 2 people, and now we're walking in with 3.
Unprepared we are.
You're letting us go with this human?
I have questions about this facility.
Yeah, I'll never forget.
Do you know how absolutely immature I am?
Seriously?
Exactly.
What are you, stupid?
I'll never forget when everybody left our house and it was just us 3. I was like, wow, it got real. It got way more real than I thought it was going to get.
My brother had twins a year ago, and he said we left, and he said he just looked and he was like, there's 2.
Yeah. It's crazy,
2
man.
humans I have to keep alive.
Yeah, Joshua's correct about this. He also shared that Janie recently learned how to hang up on him over FaceTime. He said the most recent discovery was the hang up button on FaceTime. He said, this is less cool for me because now she just tells me, Dada, I can't talk now. I'll call you when I wake up. Click. He said, yeah, she calls it the bye-bye button, and she knows what she wants. She's a boss lady.
Oh, yeah. When they find the hang-up button,
it's a game. It becomes a game.
Yep. She-Hulk actress Jamila Jamil is speaking out against the recent decision to choose controversial designer Karl Lagerfeld for the theme of the 2023 Met Gala. Vogue had announced the news of the theme last week.
It infuriates me.
It infuriates you?
I'm just trying to get.
What's the controversy here?
Well,
no idea.
I'll read her statement. She said, this man was indeed supremely talented, but used his platform in such a distinctly hateful way, mostly towards women. So repeatedly and up until the last years of his life, showing no remorse, offering no atonement, no apology, no help to groups he attacked. There was no explanation for his cruel outburst. She wrote this on Instagram, by the way. She continued saying those groups were women who were sexually assaulted, the entire Me Too movement, gay couples who wanted to adopt, all fat people, specifically fat women. And some of his greatest harm was against Muslim refugees and the disgusting way he spoke about people fleeing their homes for fear of their lives. She noted that saying her piece would probably end her relationship with Vogue. Regardless, she pointed out, why is this who we celebrate when there are so many amazing designers out there who aren't bigoted white men? What happened to everyone's principles and advocacy? You don't get to stand for justice in these areas and then attend the celebration of someone who reveled in his own public disdain for marginalized people. I personally don't know all the background. I remember hearing rumors of him being a pretty dismissal person, but I don't know.
She posts a bunch of quotes on this.
Hell of a lot about Karl Lagerfeld.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of railed against Me Too. He railed against same-sex marriage. So there are plenty of quotes directly attributed to him, and she includes them in this Instagram post.
Okay. But they're having this whole event. I'm not sure when the gala is next year, but that's the whole theme.
I thought the Met Gala was going away.
Karl Lagerfeld. I thought it was too.
Yeah, I thought they were going to start doing the Yankees Gala.
I don't know.
It is a baseball-themed thing. Is
Sure, yeah, absolutely. You've seen the outfits.
Right,
It's all about baseball.
So Tommy Lasorda there. And,
Mr. Met really should go. That guy's got a huge head.
Huge. Another source has filled people in on what People Magazine on what's actually happening between Brad Pitt and Emily Ratajkowski or Ratajkowski. I don't know.
How that damn name.
Apparently, the source said he was introduced to Emily by a friend in the art world. There is an attraction, but nothing serious going on.
Nice cans.
She is obviously. Did you say cans?
Yeah. Oh, he's an actor.
She is obviously gorgeous and very into art as well. They have a lot to talk about and always have a great time when they hang out.
It's always when they say things like they have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, but I mean, literally just heard yesterday that Brad Pitt was dating a regular
You told
person.
us. You said it gave you hope.
You mentioned that, and what can you tell us, Case?
I mean,
Not unless
I didn't see. None of my sources reported that.
I can't tell you jack squat.
Where'd you hear about it?
My wife sent me a text, and the text came from some sort of guy.
Pick up milk and Brad Pitt's dating a regular person.
Okay, so she follows a few different Instagram handles, and there's one called Dumois, Nick, DEUXMOI, Dumois.
Yeah.
Dumois.
And that is one of those. It's like a Ted Casablanca type of
Right, like a Perez Hilton sort of thing?
Yeah. So you and I, over the past couple of months, I've said something, and you go, "I haven't heard about that." Well, I'm like, "Well, I have it because I heard it from my wife, who heard it from Dumois."
All right.
And
we trust Dumois?
And
she trusts. Yeah.
Did those things come to pass?
Yes,
Not a
as
one.
a matter of fact. So Dumois usually has something that happens on there that a few weeks later, a month later, will.
Marissa's smiling and nodding. I want to know why.
Yeah, Dumois it gets all the gossip. Like, people send in blind items, and sometimes it's people in the industry who send things, or like a waitress will serve these people at a restaurant and submit it there. So it's like kind of a big deal to get your tip picked up by Dumois, and it's usually very correct.
She reported that story about Delta Burke having curly fries.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
No, I thought they were tater tots.
Oh, tater tots. All right. No, see, you got it wrong.
All right. Okay. Well, when it happens, we will give you credit, Casey.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, then I'll have to give my wife credit, and then she'll have to give Dumois
You got to
credit.
understand, Preston is our entertainment reporter.
That's right.
He's getting all the anonymous tips.
Yeah.
He's the Harvey Levin, and
Absolutely.
I'm the annoying person in the cube farm.
Right.
On the show.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, listen. If you're right, you're right, and we will see about that. But I wait till we get a little more substantial.
Oh, you can't be all willy-nilly when you're a journalist.
Go ahead
I'll be
to
the
report
boots on
this.
the street there, Press.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Edie Falco, who plays Pete Davidson's mom in the upcoming Peacock series Bupkis, told Pete. I was thinking of Rocky.
Yeah.
But his name is
Butkus.
Butkus, right?
Yeah.
Not Bupkis. He told
I want to kiss your butt.
Page Six recently that it's not surprised. She's not surprised by the Saturday Night Live star's dating history. This is according to Edie Falco. Okay,
she sees it.
She said you kind of fall in love with him the second you meet him. There is something so endearingly vulnerable
and a wounded bird
and out there about him. He does. You could just crush him in your hand.
Put him in a shoebox and take him to the vet.
He doesn't play games. He doesn't try to keep up an image beyond what he cops to, she said. He's absolutely lovable. The second you meet him, you just want to hug him.
Is she saying they've done it?
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
I don't know what she's saying. She's just saying, yeah, I think she's got a thing for him. So, I don't know. In an interview, Sarah Michelle Gellar said that she and her husband, Freddie Prinze Jr., do not let their kids have their own social media accounts.
She's been talking about that.
She said, our rules are probably stricter than most. Our kids don't have social media. And she said they're allowed to look sometimes when it's our phones. And she said, sometimes our kids will be like, you guys are the strictest household. And I said, yes, but everyone still wants to come here. So she explained to her children, I think this is a pretty good explanation. She said she explained to her children that it's like getting a Paw Patrol tattoo on your face at 5 years old. Because at that age, there's nothing better than Paw Patrol. And now you're 10 and 13, and you still have these tattoos on your face, and it's not even who you are anymore. So they kind of compare it to that.
How old are their kids, though?
I assume they're 10 and 13.
Okay.
Because she said, so now you're 10 and 13.
Okay.
So,
or she just said they're actually 5 and 6, but she said now you're 10 and 13.
Yeah, I don't really know. So, all right, anyway. One of the most popular YouTube stars on the platform, Dream is his name, has finally revealed his face publicly for the first time after 8 years.
Were you familiar with Dream?
No, but my daughter, Caroline, was way familiar, big time. And in fact, I just said, hey, do you know who Dream is? And she's like, yeah, he did this face reveal. So she knew all about it. Dream has 30 million subscribers, making him one of the most prolific individuals in the history of the platform. His recent face reveal was viewed 15 million times within the first 9 hours of uploading.
15 million times.
Making this video absurdly popular even when compared to the biggest celebrities on the platform. Dream's face reveal starts with his chair turned away from the camera, just light brown hair and his familiar voice to hint at what comes next. Finally, after more than a minute of teasing, he takes off the mask he was wearing and reveals his face.
So that mask was something he wore constantly?
No, that I don't know.
All right.
Now, his avatar was just a smile, I think. So maybe it looks like that.
And is he a gamer?
I believe so.
What does Dumas say about this?
That's a good question. So another popular YouTuber and friend of Dreams, George Not Found, commented saying, this is actual YouTube history. Dream also confirms in the video description that George Not Found will be uploading a video to his own channel where he showcases the first time he saw Dream in person. Over the course of Dream's rise to fame, his simplistic avatar with a crudely drawn smile has become an iconic part of his character and has only fueled speculation on what he actually looks like. For many fans, this is years of discussion finally put to rest.
So when did he go on YouTube? Do we have a point at which he started?
I don't have his history.
To accrue 30 million followers.
Yeah. That's substantial.
Yeah.
Big time. So,
at you at most, 15, 16 million?
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. I'm like not even half.
Not even half
of where
horrible.
He is. But yeah, so it was a big deal for YouTubers.
2014, he joined Preston.
Wow.
And Steve, you were right. It's Minecraft. That's where he came to fame.
All right. So Netflix acknowledged Mean Girls Day on Monday by granting viewers a first look at its forthcoming holiday romantic comedy starring Lindsay Lohan.
Mm-hmm.
And it's due out November 10th. It's called Falling for Christmas. It marks Lindsay's first leading role in a major movie in nearly a decade.
It's like I never left high school.
She looks, at least on the cover, she looks good.
Does she?
Yeah.
Do I?
She plays Sierra, a spoiled, newly engaged hotel heiress who is stricken with amnesia after being injured in a skiing accident.
Okay.
In case the chicken fingers fell out of her head.
The memory-impaired Sierra begins her recovery in the care of a widowed ski lodge owner, Jake, played by Glee actor Cord Overstreet, and his young daughter, Olivia Perez, just days before Christmas.
And they break her ankles so she can't leave.
She gets hobbled?
Yeah, she gets hobbled.
Oh, man.
Lohan said that working on Falling for Christmas
I'm not a dirty bird.
felt like a throwback to the early days of her career. She said it's such a refreshing, heartwarming, romantic comedy. And
All right.
I miss doing those kinds of movies.
I'm on board.
It's not like Overboard where she's, kidnapped
It's-
and put into servitude. And,
Right.
And then all of a
But
sudden,
she was
all is forgiven.
She was such a bitch beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
though.
So she deserved it.
You
Yeah,
just don't
man.
like Overboard.
Get to work.
No, I do. I love it. But when
you gotta let it go. Yeah, I mean, so that's part of the deal.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's. I know she's imprisoned.
Yeah,
and there- but
exactly.
there's no,
Held against her will.
They don't not putting cigarettes out on her. They
Netflix,
help her find love. God damn it.
Okay.
Netflix unveiled the images on Monday, October 3rd, to coincide with the date referenced by Lindsay's Katie Heron in a classroom exchange in her with her crush, Aaron Samuels, who's played by Jonathan Bennett, and an iconic scene from Mean Girls. So I don't know Mean Girls lore all that well, but apparently October 3rd was a big day.
Yes, so she's trying to talk to him, and so that's one of the exchanges. He now hosts the Halloween Bake Off show. Have you seen this show? That they all pop up around Christmas and Halloween, and so he is the host of that show, and he's pretty terrible at it, I have to say.
Well, several of her Mean Girls co-stars have found success in the holiday genre. In 2020, Bennett made history when he appeared in The Christmas House, the Hallmark Channel's first holiday film to feature an LGBTQ storyline.
That was actually pretty good.
And then Lacey Chabert starred in several Hallmark holiday films, including last year's Christmas at Castle Hart and 2015's A Christmas Melody. So, you know what? I could see Lindsay finding a home in those Hallmark movies.
Hallmark?
I
Yes.
think she's perfect for that. She's pretty. She's and listen, I think Hallmark, the movies are great.
Yeah.
You can be a pretty marginally talented actress and have a full career.
You could be a Meryl Streep level talent on Hallmark.
She was so I think Lindsay could.
Her sequel is Cigarettes for Christmas.
She could segue right over there. You get her
Look at under the tree. It's a carton of cigarettes.
carton.
Santa cape.
Wow. Directed by Janine Damian, Falling for Christmas is Lindsay's first entree into a 3-picture deal with Netflix.
There you go.
Her next project for the streaming platform is a romantic comedy titled Irish Wish. And if all goes well, Falling for Christmas could mark the start of a comeback for Lindsay, whose last major film role was 2013's The Canyons. So it's been a while now.
Yeah.
So,
she
you know what?
was poised to be something really big, but obviously she became more a darling of the gossip magazines.
Yep. So, you know
Who
what?
was the DJ she was involved with for the longest time?
Ronson. Samantha Ronson.
Samantha
yeah.
Ronson. Yeah.
So I hope stuff works out for her.
Thank you, Preston. I
Hope she finds-
appreciate that.
I have a soft place in my heart for Lindsay.
Your ventricle.
It's my lower. Yeah, it's one of my ventricles. So she, we had watched her and we're like, okay, this gal can go somewhere.
Right.
And then we watched her have all her problems.
This girl's going somewhere.
and fizzle out. So I felt kind of bad for her. I mean, she was doing a lot of stupid things, but
Don't count this girl out.
I hope she comes back around. All right, and then finally, the official trailer for the highly anticipated Black Panther sequel is here, providing a glimpse at the new Black Panther, who appears to be a woman, as you can tell by the outline. As well as the underwater kingdom of Talokan, I guess is how you say that, or Talokan, I'm not sure.
Newark.
Or we call it Newark. Lupita Nyong'o, Letitia Wright, Denai Guerrera, Florence Kazumba, Winston Duke, Angela Bassett, and Martin Freeman have all reprised their roles from the original film. Black Panther Wakanda Forever is scheduled to hit theaters on November 11th. I can't tell exactly what's going on in the trailer. It's very kinetic.
They mourn. They obviously spend a lot of time mourning the death of the Black Panther, and then they pick up the his legacy. Prince Namor, Submariner, is the.
Is that who this is supposed to be?
Initially, the villain in it, and that's my understanding. It could be wrong. And then there is a Iron Man type of suit that plays its way into this as well.
So this is Namor.
Yes.
Okay,
He's in this.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
I mean, I saw the guy,
Right, yeah.
and I'm like, okay, but I didn't hear them say his name.
Right.
I didn't know who they were referring to. So,
It looks good. I'm a big fan of the first one.
yeah, absolutely.
Make
All
it
right.
good. That's all we ask.
Mystery clips?
No, we got it.
Okay. Former contestants from The Bachelor and Bachelorette get a second chance at love in Bachelor in Paradise.
Oh, I've watched 2 episodes of this.
Here,
I hate
contestant
myself.
Michael Alio explains why the show is the perfect dating solution. Here we go.
I think what people don't realize is dating as a single parent, it's tricky on the logistics side. So this is kind of my way of condensing all of that and hopefully finding somebody that, I match with.
Shut the f*** up!
New episode of Bachelor in Paradise tonight at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock at ABC. Can you hit Mark one more time?
Shut the f*** up!
Mark Summers.
This show is really this. If you found it hard to watch Lord of the Flies because of what it said about humanity, that's a feel-good rom-com compared to this.
Okay.
It's the horrible people, self-involved people on an island, and in the first episode, it was clearly overcast and crappy weather. Yet they had to shoot anyway. So they kept making reference to being in paradise, and it clearly was not a good day. And, but these are the people who've been on other series getting together, and it's, it's almost impossible to get more self-involved than they are.
It's incredibly shallow.
Oh, beyond shallow.
Yeah. It's the Shiloh.
The Shiloh.
Is what it is. In the Shiloh.
It's so shallow, it's Shiloh.
All right, let's go to the next clip. Here we go. Mr. Harrigan's Phone, a movie based on the novel by Stephen King, follows a young boy who befriends the dead. Oh, this is from a short story. Oh, this is from If It Bleeds. Awesome. I read that book. Sorry. All right. In this clip, star Jaden Martell discusses getting to bring another Stephen King character to the screen. Here we go.
What makes him special as a writer is his ability to create these characters that feel very real. And Craig was one of those characters that very complex. He's very far from perfect, which I loved. Of course, all actors want some sort of edge or, something they can play with.
So what is the story?
Well, it's so...
With the ending included, please.
I will leave that in. No, there's a book called If It Bleeds, and it's a series of shorter stories.
Right.
And they all have kind of a thread that goes through them.
All right.
Which King does wonderfully. And sometimes the thread is very, very thin, but there is a connection to these other stories, and I love it when he does it. So I think there's 5 total stories in the whole book. And Mr. Harrigan's Phone, it's about a relationship about an older, wealthy man and young boy who lives in the same town, and he comes to kind of help him around the house and read to him and things like that. And then he buys him a cell phone, and I'll just leave it at that. Some
is it magical?
Odd things happen. It's touching and it's also a little bit. I thought it to be kind of a sweet story, to be honest. So,
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
But I really like that series. So Mr. Harrigan's Phone will be available for streaming on Netflix tomorrow.
And that actor, Jaden Martell, Kathy, I think we know him from, he's the Chris Evans show where did his son stab that kid or did he not stab that kid?
Wait, what show?
It was Chris Evans. It was on Apple Plus.
Oh, yes.
Stabby McSalmonstein.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it was
Jacob.
like, yes, it was a very depressing show.
Oh, yeah.
Was it good, though?
I was talking about that.
It was, I liked it. It was good, but it was,
I think
depressing.
he's from Philadelphia. Is he not, Jaden Martell? I feel like
he is, Case.
Okay.
Oh, and he was the main character in it. Bill, was that his name? Nick, if you could scroll down.
Yeah, Bill Denbrough.
Yeah, Bill Denbrough. He's the main character, yeah.
Billy.
All right, anyway. It's going to be available stream for Netflix tomorrow. Yay! Oh, I'm excited about that. Say that. By the way, we have the clip of Kim Kardashian and her true crime podcast narrating it. So let's hear how this sounds. We haven't heard this yet.
Damon Chapman, a relative of the victims.
Yes, there it is. The vocal fry. Relative of the victims.
Said he was sure Kevin did it.
We knew Kevin did it. There's no doubt we knew it from the jump that Kevin did this.
Kevin says he didn't do this crime. His brother Charles believes him.
He says, Chuck, I didn't do this, man. He said, I did not do this.
Charles mentioned that Kevin had an alibi witness that placed him 30 minutes away from the scene of the crime in Bucyrus, Ohio.
I
It's not awful. I'm actually surprised.
To be honest, I was expecting worse.
I was too.
But I will not listen to any of them ever.
It's still not a narrator's voice.
No, I know, but I thought it was going to just be terrible.
Should have Chloe do it.
Yeah. Well, it's because she's reading a script. And let's let her solo for a little while.
There was a knock at the door.
Yeah.
The storm raged outside.
All right. That is it in my entertainment report for now, dear friends. Let us take a break because we got a lot of stuff to get to today. We're going to have the amazing Marina Sirtis on the program.
Yes.
From Deadpool and actually lots of
tons of stuff.
Shows and movies throughout the years. But she is on The Good House or in The Good House, which is in theaters now. And Michael Barr kind of checking in because the Phils are going to the playoffs. First time in 11 years.
Unbelievable.
So we're going to check in with Barcan later on. And gang, we got money to give away. You Who Loot. Your first chance is less than an hour away. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Something else. This one was...
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The Noticer.
I notice the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The Noticer.
Antsy?
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the Noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the Noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the Noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor
You
impact.
never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office.
Mm-mm.
God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
But
that.
Palance was always the best. Believe it or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it. Or not. You know, breathe and...
This chick has just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not. Remember his, I despise weak soup. Remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes.
I hate it. I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair and lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story. Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he has built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
YouTube frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great news.
Yes, that's
I had no idea.
Yeah.
We should get together and do half a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono. It's Bono. I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. And they had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first man of the year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which
It's
is...
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
You wanna know
sexy.
what's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
We don't even have any left. You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. It's a whole group of girls leaning into his mouth.
Ladies, there's enough breath to go around.
But he said, no, he said the sexist, the Poverty is Sexist campaign.
Poverty is sexy.
The Poverty is Sexy campaign is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women, those who survive on less than $2 a day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The honorees will be celebrated November 14th at an event in Los Angeles hosted by actress Tracy Ellis Ross. So I don't know if Bono will be there. Maybe, I'm sure, I would hope he would show up for something like that.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there to your event tonight, but I'm too busy breathing on people and making their week. Providing a subtle yet wonderful reminder of what food tastes like. Why are we honoring him?
Bono, humanitarian.
You owe it to yourself as a pure nightmare, as something so disturbing.
Yeah.
The last Bob Hope, his Christmas special.
Yeah, which were legendary.
Yeah. This one, the last one, it's like he should have been put to sleep years before.
You mean actually put down like a vet would put down a...
Yes, just the way you do to a sick dog. You know, you don't want to let them suffer any longer.
We're their advocate, and if we don't take care of them...
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a good run.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like Ray Walston with the dog in Mice and Men.
Yes. Yes.
I'll do it if you can't.
Yeah. and it's funny. That brings me. I went on with Robert Osborne, and he asked me to pick movies to show, and one of them was the original of Mice and Men.
Lon Chaney Jr.
Yeah, Lon Chaney and Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece.
And that scene still works, the dog one.
If you are not a blobbering mess of slop when that's in both movies of the Gary Sinise as well, then you're an inhuman piece of filth.
Yes, and how it comes back later on the movie where Lenny kills the girl.
Yeah.
And George goes, oh, no. And it comes back because, like, earlier, after when they find out Lenny killed the girl, that the old man says to George, he goes, I shouldn't have let him kill my dog. I should have killed him.
Yes. Right? Oh, my God.
It's just so upsetting.
Yeah.
But you realize now George has to go after Lenny.
No. And so you would have done the same with Bob Hope down by the river?
So there's a scene.
Yeah.
You could find it on the internet.
Okay.
Where he's dressed up as Jack Frost with a big pointed hat and a little beard. And it's like, he has no idea his own name at this point. And when I watch this, I think, and his voice is like that, it's no longer the, hey, everybody.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Now it's like, hey. And it's like, you watch it, and it looks like his wife's revenge. Like Dolores' revenge for all the screwing around that Bob Hope did on her.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at him. The guy died 5 years before this was filmed.
I mean, I adore Bob Hope, but that's a mistake.
Oh, God.
Wow. Jesus.
How did we get on this topic?
Because it just because we needed him to. Gilbert makes the point that he should have been euthanized many years earlier.
Right.
Yes, and it's like Dolores is singing and dancing here. She's old, but she does what, and it switches back to him to go, that's me. yeah.
Go ahead.
Cesar Romero, who played the Joker on Batman.
And did a brilliant job.
Yes. We should preface it with that. He did a brilliant job. And he was like, in his day, the Latin lover.
Absolutely.
And like
the mustache, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And he would be with all the beautiful actresses.
Yes.
But he in real life, he was gay.
Yeah.
And what he was into was he'd gather up a bunch of his boy toys. And he'd stand there.
How do you know this?
Trust me. He would pull down his pants and underwear, and depending on who you hear it from, you always hear slight variation. Some people said he stood ankle deep in warm water.
Ankle deep in warm water.
I guess it added to it. And while these boy toys would fling orange wedges at his ass.
Oh my God, what the?
And so
you've told that on this show, but I still love hearing it.
I love it.
I just the level. I mean, I think I told you the story that I heard, and this is one that I've heard from a few sources. But about Raymond Burr, have you heard that?
Well, I mean, I know a gay, but I didn't hear any.
His deal was he had a clear picnic table.
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
And we have to watch how we say it.
Now, I heard it with Danny Thomas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, so I don't believe any of it.
And with Danny Thomas, if you ask the right people.
All right. Which means some of these stories might lack credibility, but they're still fun.
They'll say, oh, you mean make room for duty? Or the other one is make poo for daddy. And that I heard it with Danny Thomas that he would have a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And hired hookers to take a dump on the table.
Okay.
And
he'd be underneath it.
And now a variation I heard is sometimes
somebody from the Fresh Beat Band.
See, well, now I heard the Fresh Beat Band is hired out to take a dump on people's tables.
They don't have a show anymore, so they gotta,
But
extra fresh.
I heard.
Judging to read it says, "Good morning, to all," and it says, "Avid podcaster here. Great day for the Phillies, playoffs, baby, and the gorgeous Manthes fall activities list. Can't wait to hear it." And then they write, "Shooby dooby doo wop, Casey boy."
I think it's the shabba shabba doo wabba doo wabba doo wabba.
Good guy.
Hi, Grandmom.
Yeah.
That one? Okay.
I think, maybe.
Hi,
Grandmom.
So, anyhow, yes.
Hi, Grandmom.
Speaking of Manthes fall activities list, that podcast is now available. You can also watch yesterday's show if you would like to, as it was rolling out via the YouTube stream. Those are always every day. You can go back and watch anything you've heard about. Maybe that there's a visual element to here in the studio. Go to our YouTube channel and watch it.
There are multiple ways to consume it.
This is true.
And I think, Marissa, is the link to the YouTube in the page of fall activities?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so like you can see the whole list and then the link to watch it and get, everything that we talked about is right there.
This is so good.
Yeah.
It's time for some girl on girl stuff.
Oh, my God. Anyway, thank you, Manthe. Okay. All right, so I saw this article, and it is a survey of over 1,500 residents in 30 major U.S. cities to determine which cities swear most frequently. Cursing, okay? So using swear words, curse words, however you like to refer to it.
What on a personal note, what's your level of cursing?
It's kind of high. It's not. I think Casey is by far the highest of any of us here. Yeah.
Just in passive conversation, I curse a fair amount. I use them as sentence enhancers.
Yes, to
quote SpongeBob. But that's I do. As I was thinking about it, and you had mentioned this topic early on, I do incorporate them a fair amount.
It's usually when I'm either really mad about something,
right,
or I'm really happy about something.
Yes,
it seems to be on the extreme ends of emotion when I throw out the curses. But in passive conversation,
I do that. I think it's kind of weird.
It does always make the conversation better, or make the story better.
Right.
But mine is, it depends on who I'm talking to.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
So like you guys, I will tell a story like that, no problem. But like I have a friend, and sometimes I'll tell the story and maybe say the F word, and I'm like, oh wait, I forgot. I don't do that with
I
her.
know.
And it makes me feel awkward. And so then I stop, and my story becomes, something completely different because I'm not using those words.
I've had that exact. In fact, I've had it recently where I'm like, I don't know if this person is comfortable with me talking this way. So well, I have to go. Yeah, it's an awkward thing.
So in this survey, they asked people how often they swear, the situations they swear in the most, and even the age that they uttered their first swear word. I think I remember the first time I dropped the F-bomb in front of other people, and I was probably in like first grade or something like that. I remember saying it, and then my sister being like,
oh my God, we pack a bag, we've got to leave.
And it was like, I'm telling, that was the whole thing. I'm telling.
Christmas story.
Yeah.
Could not believe.
So the average respondent swears 21 times per day. Please.
But does that include like damn and hell and stuff like that?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Yes, it does actually, Casey.
Okay.
So this is according to the overall average. So the average age American well, you know what? Let me dive into some of the more specifics. So here, younger generations are more likely to use swear words. Gen Z swears an average of 24 times a day, compared by baby boomers swearing 10 times per day.
No.
By 9 a.m. we've already doubled that.
We curse more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
Men swear more than women. 22 versus 18 times per day. This is per this particular survey. So the U.S. cities that swear the most, that curse the most, where do you think we in Philadelphia fall?
I'm going to put us way up there.
I think we're high.
way
top
up.
10. I feel like the Northeast is a hotbed for cursing.
I'm going to put us top 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're number 4.
All right. We're number 4.
Now
we're number 4.
We're tied for number 4. So I'll give you the top 5 and all the ties. So number 1 is Columbus, Ohio.
No effing kidding.
Yeah, right?
Is it just because they wake up in Columbus, Ohio?
That must be it. You start the day by dropping an F-bomb as soon as you roll out of bed.
Columbus, Ohio. Okay. Would not have called that one.
Number 2. Oh, F, I'm in Columbus. So Las Vegas is number 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, there's a lot of people losing their mortgage.
Yep.
That was one of the first cities to legalize cursing.
Number 3 is Jacksonville, Florida. So far, none of these in the Northeast, Case.
Wow, okay.
What is that? Number 4, a place you're familiar with, Casey, Oklahoma City.
Wow, okay.
Recently went through town there.
These seem to be a bit more, I would not figure these locations for a high level of cursing.
Well,
but maybe just mental duress is the reason.
I had heard that the entire middle of the country is like, just, don't curse. Yeah, I just for some reason thought that anything in and around the mighty Mississippi, they were like, no.
Did Dumas tell you that?
Dumas did not.
Okay,
no,
right.
but I did hear it. I thought recently I
all right.
You heard what?
That the middle of America just doesn't curse very
as much.
Yeah.
Right. So tied for 4th is Philadelphia, Dallas, and Indianapolis.
I don't like being in a tie.
No.
With
we
anybody?
have to have an F off.
I think we beat, absolutely.
Yeah.
We beat Dallas. I know Dallas. And Dallas ain't, they ain't cursing as much as we are. And then what's the other one, Preston?
Indianapolis. So there's another,
They have a big
Middle
race.
America.
I know that.
City. Tied for 5th place, San Francisco, Fort Worth, which is right next to Dallas, and Louisville, Kentucky.
So whatever their metric was for determining this, they couldn't work out one that would not cause ties.
I guess not.
Get a little bit more specific, but interesting. Okay.
Yep. So Columbus has an average of 36 swears per day. Las Vegas, 30 times per day. Jacksonville, Florida, an average of 28 times per day.
I'm so surprised that like Boston's not in there.
Yeah.
I don't know, because when I just think of cursing, I have a couple of people in mind that are from the New England area, and they are women.
Yeah.
That they curse and they say the F word and stuff.
Okay.
And like the one that I'm thinking of is older. Like she's like my mom's age, and I was like, oh, this old women like say the F word. Because I don't know if my mother has ever said the F word.
Oh, my mom dropped an F-bomb last week.
Did she really?
Oh, yeah. It was hilarious. I was cracking up. It was so funny to hear her say it. But it's it depends on, how you were raised. I guess.
My father obviously spun as they say, a tapestry of curses that legendary. My mother, not so much.
How about your
Rarely
mom's,
heard a curse.
Kathy?
No. Casey, I've heard my mom say the F word one time. Our entire family still talks about it. We were in Montauk, and my parents were arguing about whether to stay in and eat and cook dinner or go out. And my mom said, "We have effing chicken at home."
Okay.
And so we still remember that.
That's funny.
Wow.
My mom is like your mom and your mom, Casey. She'll substitute words. So she'll be like, Casey, you joke around every now and then, say cheese and crackers or things like that. But my mom does that on purpose. She'll gee willikers, things like that. Gosh dang it, and so she'll drop those types of curse words.
Marissa, how about your mom? Because maybe I have the only potty mouth mom here.
Preston, I think you do.
Oh, wow.
My mom is like everybody else's. Like they'll slip once in a while, maybe like more than your mom's, but not regularly at all. My dad, though, it's just free flying.
Well, same thing. My dad, that was it. My dad cursed. My mom didn't.
Okay.
My dad didn't either. I remember the first time I heard my dad say the F word. My mom had recently had like either back or neck surgery, and so she was laid up. He had a lot on his plate, and I was being an a-hole.
Yeah.
And he let me know it, and so. And I was probably like 13 or 14 years old when I had heard it, and then I didn't hear it for years after that until I was like a full-blown adult. But so you can't blame your parents, because I've got a potty mouth, and it was maybe the S word was said around my house, but that was it.
Around Thanksgiving. Yeah.
By the way,
let's eat this S.
I'm going to have those. There was a whole section. I'm going to hang on to it for a minute here about the replacements.
Okay.
Replacement words and phrases for curses, which are great.
Yeah, my mom does it to this day.
So where Americans use swear words. So locations and situations where people feel comfortable using profanity are different. And as it turns out, most are comfortable swearing in public.
Yes.
And 2 in 3 Americans think that it is acceptable to swear in public.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Would you say so? So like in a restaurant, or I wouldn't. I don't do that.
No, because I'm always worried
Right.
that there's kids around.
Right.
Yeah.
I said the S word at Jace's baseball game, and I was like,
Oh
no.
You're like I got to take an S?
Well, no, but I felt bad because there's kids.
Man, we're going to have to ask you to leave.
I almost thought that. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get kicked
She's
out.
a broadcaster. That's why they're very loose with the curses.
Wait, I need to hear the situation. Did you yell it at the umpire?
No. It just
the S.
Yeah.
No, the kid was out at first, and I just went, S.
Oh.
It was like
And
not.
by the way, Kathy would never take an S.
Yeah.
She would not give
Right.
one. I don't give an S about that, but she would never say, I got to really take it.
Yeah, totally. You're correct about that.
So apparently, while Americans most likely are to swear at home, which is 55%,
Right.
24% of Americans swear the most when out with friends. Only 7% swear the most when driving. And a similar amount use the most swear words at their workplace.
That's fairly correct. I out and about again. I wouldn't start cursing in public for the reasons you say, Kathy, and people are sensitive to it. With friends, a little bit more so, and probably during at home. When I'm watching TV, it's a standard thing to curse at the set. So, and it's part of a joke that I do all the time with my wife. So that happens fairly liberally at home.
And it says here, certain work cultures find swearing more acceptable than others, but most professional language does not include swearing. It's used freely here all the time.
Yes.
So when I was at home on Saturday, I ended up tearing up some carpet on my steps, and I have these blisters on my 2 fingers there, Preston. And I noticed that I was saying a word instead of a curse word over and over and over again. So what I meant by the curse word was mother effer, right?
Yeah.
But I just kept saying, oh, you mother. Oh, and I kept saying mother over and over again. So I felt like I was getting the
visceral
feeling.
I would
out
have
of,
to
of
follow
cursing.
through. Yeah. I couldn't stop short at mother. I'd have to take it all the way through. Yeah.
Okay. They asked Americans to rank their likeliness to swear in certain situations where it's typically considered inappropriate: at work, in front of strangers, at the dinner table, in front of elders, in front of kids, or in front of their boss. Of these, Americans are more likely to swear at work, 69%, with residents of Philadelphia, Columbus, and Detroit most likely to swear on the job.
We did it.
So we're number one.
Yeah, we're number one.
Cursing at work.
Number one.
A majority of Americans are also likely to swear in front of strangers at 67%, at the dinner table at 63%, and in front of elders at 53%. Fewer are willing to swear in front of kids.
Yes.
Which is 48%, or directly in front of their boss, which is 39%. Casey has no problem with that. We've been sitting there with Joe Bell before, and I've heard Casey like every other word is F.
Yeah.
Just using it as a filler, not in anger.
A sentence enhancer.
Or just like, I can't think of it. It's the effing guy. That, you know. So.
Effing Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, totally.
See, I would never do that. I can't do that.
In front of...
it's easy. It's real
I
simple.
think maybe in front of Bill, I probably maybe have.
You've called him the C word.
Not to his face, though. But I don't think I would ever, that word would never come out of my mouth in front of Joe.
You're a lady.
No.
And we're going to go to these calls. Thank you guys for calling in. Let me get a couple, and then we're going to get into the curse word replacements, because I have a feeling we're going to find some interesting ones. I'm going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so my girlfriend's from New England. Her family, small town New England, her family doesn't curse that much. I brought her around my family, and my dad, my sister, my brother, every other word out of their mouth is the F-bomb.
All right.
And bring her home. We go back home. She's like, you know, your parents, like, or your family uses the F word like and
I know what you're saying. As this, I can't think of it real quick, so I just throw it in. It's the effing. I went down the effing. What's it called? You know,
Right.
Yeah.
Filler words.
Yeah,
Yes.
filler words. Yep, absolutely. And so, did she pick up on that habit at all? Did she start doing it?
I feel as though she definitely has. She curses. She got a lot more F now.
It's seductive.
Thanks, man.
You know, they've noticed, though, or at least some surveys have indicated, Preston, that an inclination to curse is not what you would think, that it's a sign of someone who is of a lower intellect or not able to communicate effectively, that it's not necessarily a sign that you're, kind of a dummy. It's just the way you choose to illustrate your sentence.
Apparently, it's needed.
Yeah.
Too. We as humans, I've read studies before. We need to do that from time to time. It's actually good for you. It's funny though. I mean, what becomes offensive and what isn't,
Sure.
and why is it offensive? Like, why is the S word offensive or more offensive than saying feces or poop or something like that? That means the exact same thing.
History of Swear World?
I watched a little bit of it.
They went from swear word to swear word. It was on Netflix. Nick Cage was the host of it, and I think they ended with the F-bomb, but they had a whole bunch of other ones in there as well. And it's interesting to learn the history of them and then why some have more resonance than others, why the F word is the worst of all of them.
Right.
Also, Steve, you talked earlier about, stopping short if Casey's saying mother. Like,
yeah.
I agree with you. Like, there's something very visceral about getting the F sound out and then the CK sound. Like
aggressive consonants.
It feels really good to project that out of your body.
Absolutely.
Hang on, let me go to Melanie. She wants to point out something her mom did. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yesterday, my mom was picking up my son from school, and we normally park in this one parking lot. And she sent me a text message at work, and she said, WTF, the parking lot is full. And I'm like, I was taken back by that because my mom, She doesn't say anything bad about anybody. She never curses. I'm the one who curses all the time, so I believe I corrupted my mom.
You've corrupted her. Now, do you believe that she knows what WTF means?
Yeah, we even asked her when she came home. I'm like, do you know what that means? And she's like, yeah, I know what that means. And then I was like, oh, my goodness. And I was like, I'm so sorry I corrupted you. She's like, no, it's cool. I just didn't say it. And I'm like, I know. And it just reminded me of the movie of The World's End. When Simon Pegg's like, what the? I can't say
right,
it.
right.
What does that mean? And then he ends up saying it. Yeah.
Right. Well, on Modern Family, Phil Dunphy believes it stands for Why the Face.
Why the face? All right, I'm going to go through, and this is what I think is kind of fun, is apparently people like to replace swear words with other words, so they don't seem quite as offensive, and yet they can still, I guess, get the, satisfaction of saying
So we do
whatever.
that a little bit of that limbo on the show to get around. I mean, we'll use abbreviations or other words when we have to, and in many ways, it'll end up sounding worse when you do that.
So I'll start at. You want to start at number one? There's 15 of these. I can.
Good.
All right.
Read the effing list.
Start at the top of the list. All right. The number one replacement is fudge or fudge sickle.
Yeah, all right.
I've never fudged.
I didn't use the word fudge. I
No.
think it sounds like a child.
If you want a BB gun for Christmas, you say fudge.
I think I said it as a child and not since.
Fudge. Fudge sickle. Number two is shoot.
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 I used to
I
do
say
a,
that.
a shoot now and then.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, yeah.
No, I will still say it because I try not to curse in front of.
As in, are you going to shoot?
No.
Oh my God.
No.
It sounds like a good old boy thing. Shoot.
Shoot.
You coming over later on? Shoot.
Shoot.
Number three. Now this one I will use more is frick or frickin'. Frickin'.
I like just shooting.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's a
Frickin'.
I like frickin'. I mean, friggin'.
Friggin'.
Now,
I like
some
friggin'
people
instead of frickin'.
are
I do too.
aghast when you say frigging.
Yeah.
Well,
Some people have issues with that.
that's a curse in my house.
What?
Oh, yeah.
It used to be a term for pleasuring yourself.
Oh.
So female pleasuring themselves.
And so it is, to me, and a lot of people read it as one notch off of effing. So frigging is effing
Right.
in perception to a lot of people.
Wait, but you're saying that that's what it was, and that's why it was
like
considered?
back in the if you would read Call Me Madam, Xavier Hollander or whatever,
frigging.
Okay.
To frig is to
freaking. And freaking was the same as well to
female
some extent.
pleasuring yourself.
Yeah, but
I don't know
that's-
about freaking, but
all of those, all of the above are curses in my house, and we don't say those.
all right, number four is crap. And that's, I've said that forever.
What is it about great sex that makes me have to cramp?
Yeah, that's what I got right here.
What is it about good sex that makes me have to crap?
Crap. My dad, and I'd love to hear those that maybe your elders have said over the years. My dad used to say, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
Really?
And that's a replacement for Jesus Christ, right?
Right.
Anything
I
with
believe so.
JC
Yes.
would be, or Jiminy Crickets or Jiminy Christmas or whatever.
John Cena.
John Cena as well.
JC, yeah. Yes, that's all.
And I guess there are various
You never
ones-
said that, though, right?
No. And I guess the term like Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You put the H in there, so technically
You're not
saying Jesus Christ.
H-E-W. But crap falls in that. Crap is almost like a warm sweater in the world of cursing. Crap.
Yes.
Crap. As opposed to the more aggressive other
Warm
curses.
sweater.
All right, number five is dang.
Again, I'd put that more as a southern.
Yep.
Oh,
you
that's-
don't know a dang thing,
Yeah.
boy. What you doing telling
You
me
dumb
what to
mother.
do over here?
That was like a thing for a
What is
little
it
while.
about good sex that makes me have to crap?
What's that, Kath?
That was a thing for a little while with like younger kids.
Dang.
Dang?
Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of damn, right? Because
Yes,
damn.
correct. Yeah.
Number six, most popular curse replacement is heck. I haven't heard heck in a long time.
I might have hecked a few times in elementary school, but then I discovered mother effer.
Then you have darn or darn it. You know, that's pretty standard.
Damn. Well, I would always default to damn
I think
over
that darn is probably the one of the most soft versions.
It's very benign
of a curse word that you can use.
Yeah.
Then you have number 8 is holy cow.
About holy moly. that in there anywhere?
What the? You can't say that. Hit the button.
Hit the dump button. Sorry.
Holy moly.
I say holy S a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Quite a bit. But holy cow. Number 9 is dang or dang it. We already had dang, didn't we? Yeah, dang was 5.
We're just sitting around drinking with the rest of the guys. 6 rounds bought.
Yeah.
I bought 5.
Dang me.
Dang me.
Groceries and half the rent.
Roger Miller.
$14.27. So dang me.
Dang me.
Gotta get a rope and hang me.
High from the highest tree. Woman, would you weep for me?
Wait, I forgot about that.
Woman, would you weep for me?
It's a Tasmanian devil.
the Tasmanian devil. Yeah, back it up a little bit more.
Weep for me.
That was a hit.
Yeah.
Roger Miller, man.
Yeah.
Spokesman of a generation. All right, then you have number 10 is freaking.
Yeah, freaking.
Number 11 is poop.
Friggin'.
Say that a fair amount.
Freaking.
Number 12 is fork.
Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Go fork yourself.
Fork yourself.
The good place that Kristen, whatever her name is.
Bell.
Kristen Bell, she can't say, she doesn't realize that she's
Right.
in heaven.
All the curses come out sounding very benign. Yeah.
What the fork?
Number 13, I always hate this one, mother trucker.
I hate that as well.
Jackie uses that a lot.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
that's why I love it.
Okay. Number 14 is sugar.
I say sugar.
Yeah, you do. And then number 15 is holy smokes.
Those all seem so antiquated.
I know.
Yeah, like
For a
Holy
lot-
Toledo, that was another one.
I know you, Holy Toledo. Yeah.
What was the origin of Holy Toledo?
Is Toledo an especially,
I guess,
pious?
Smokes would be, it's an S word, so it's a replacement for crap, the other word for crap,
Yeah.
S-H-I. So anyway.
You ever do that? You darn C word.
No.
I love that. That's a great idea.
But that was Robin's thing, right? And he would say holy
moly.
But he would just say holy whatever.
Right,
you
holy
know?
antenna farm.
Yeah, okay.
I effed the heck out of her last. Taking the absolute worst and putting next to the most benign ones. That's a great idea. Holy shoot. Let me see here. Hang on a second. I want to go to Lily. Hi, Lily. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Lily?
So I don't know why I started this. I want to say about a year ago because I'm an F-bomber through and through.
Really?
But for some reason, I started saying, what the Samuel L. Jackson?
That's great.
Well, he's the repository of F words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Without question. What the Samuel L. Jackson is going on here?
I think that works.
Yeah.
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 I
I
do-
say the whole thing, the whole name. You get
I like the creative ones like that,
right,
where people come out, and I can't think of any right now off the top of my head because I heard one not that long ago. That's like, what the Sam Hill is happening
What the
here?
Sam Hill is going on?
Yeah.
We say what the John in my house now because my son's teacher would say that, and they just thought it was like so kind of like nerdy sounding that they now say it. Him and his friends say it as a joke, and I just think it's really funny.
Here's the one that we used to jokingly say was either for Pete's sake or for the love of Mike. Where did for the love of Mike come from?
Well,
You ever heard of that?
For the love of God.
Hi,
But why Mike?
I don't know.
He was the patriarch of the Brady
For
family.
the love of Mike.
You didn't know Mike? You didn't know God's name was Mike?
And we would say for the sake of Pete instead of for Pete's sake, and we would say for Mike's love.
What about
Just
gosh
switch
diggity
them.
dang it?
Gosh diggity dang it. I
Yeah,
don't
that was an
know.
elaborate one.
I don't say it, but I do like when other people say shut the front door.
Yeah.
I'm always like, yeah, that's a good one.
It was overused for a little while.
Yeah.
But the first few times you heard it, it was like,
Oh, you led me down a path.
Shut the
You are
front
you're
door.
such a darn C word.
You little C.
You are a little CC.
All right. Well, anyhow, we in Philadelphia are in fourth place for most cursing city in the entire country. I apologize to everybody who's been
There's
on
so
hold,
many.
but we didn't get a chance to go to. There was a lot of information to go through. So thank you for your calls.
Larry.
One more time.
You, Larry.
Larry. All right, listen, we do need to take a break because we got money to give away.
We do. We have to give. That's the only reason we're having to dump out on these calls because we have money to give away.
Yep, we got Yoo-Hoo Loot coming up, so we're going to break. We're going to come back with Yoo-Hoo Loot, and we're also going to find out how if you are with a business and you want to be a contender, for our biggest prize at the Camp Out for Hunger, other than being a great donator. We'll get some details on that when we return as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
A priest outfit.
Dear God.
See, here's the deal with this stuff, and I think there's a lot of this that's been embellished. But the truth of the matter is, you were dealing with a lot of wealth.
Yes.
So if your inclination was to do anything sort of perverted, you had a total resource.
But how the hell do you find out that you like standing ankle deep in warm water and having people throw orange wedges at your ass? At some point or another, it's got to happen by accident, or you need to hear about it.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah. Wow.
And then by accident, how does it happen by accident?
Well, here's I was shopping.
How do you all of a sudden are in a room with someone, bare ass, and they throw an orange wedge at your ass?
So you think of the possible scenarios. You go to an outdoor proctologist. A flash flood occurs. You're in mid-exam, and he, while picking up something to throw over to you, throw you an umbrella, his lunch is on the table, with his orange wedges.
Out of excitement, he knocks it off the table, and an orange wedge hits you in the ass.
And he's like, "Oh, sweet mystery of life."
Yes.
So I think
you can't just wake up in the morning and go, "Oh, it'd be a real turn on an orange wedge hitting me in the ass."
The Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly writes in her new book about being sexually harassed by the network's former head, Roger Ailes, who was ousted earlier this year amid similar allegations from several women.
I want to fart in your face.
Is that Ailes?
Oh, my God.
That big slob. The
What the hell is going on?
he just impresses me as such a disgusting guy.
That's his thing?
That's his thing.
I did not know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I want to fart in your face.
Oh my God.
You've seen him, right? He's like something out of Dune. He's like one of the,
Baron von Harkonnen. Vladimir Harkonnen.
He really just looks really bad. He should be hooked up to the. She comes into the room. He's hooked up to the hoses flying in the air.
Come over here. I want to fart in your face.
God.
It's so gross. Can't deal with it.
And who would come over there?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Certainly no professional.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, he's got massive jowls, man. Big time.
And
we're looking at a picture of him right now.
He's done it with a few women. It's just horrific.
So in a chapter of her upcoming book, Kelly writes about Ailes that he offered to advance her career in exchange for sexual favors and made physical advances against her that she rejected, including, quote, trying to grab me repeatedly and kiss me on the lips. She writes that when she shoved Ailes away, quote, he asked me ominous questions like, when is your contract?
Because I can make them on demand. Come on, lean in close. You're going to like this. It's cheese.
I got to take a breath here. Saw this interesting article.
We'll determine that.
All right. It is by psychotherapist Abby Rodman. Now, it is about various types of affairs that can take place in a relationship. Now, we just think of one type of affair, the physical affair. But there are more than one of those.
This is interesting. Explain.
I shall. There is the emotional affair. Okay. One partner in this type of affair, one partner is starving for an adult emotional connection and they've usually given up on getting it from their spouse. The partner may be depressed and not feel like themselves anymore. Then someone they know, a coworker, for instance, pays attention to them.
Yeah, you've heard the term like work wife and work husband.
Yes, yeah, and I can see that. To me, that always just constitutes a good friend.
Yeah, but I think a work wife is more. You let your actual wife know about your work wife. You don't let your actual wife know about an emotional affair.
I think that might be the case, yes. The partner usually, but however it says here, the partner usually justifies the emotional affair because they see it
Great
as
handies.
the lesser of two evils. No, there are no handies.
Oh, there are no
involved
handies. I'm sorry.
In the
that
emotional
would be
affair.
physical. You're right.
Well, and that's dumb. It's a hand.
Yeah, it's a hand. It's not even a vagina.
The point of that.
There's
That's like not even cheating.
There's your motto, Steve.
Wait, did you say Kathy just justified that handies aren't even cheating?
Because
this just said the sexual world was rocked by the revelation that since a handy is not a vagina, it's not cheating. Men of all walks of life hurried out of work running home.
Breaking news.
No, it says they.
Turns out it's not cheating.
The president.
If you ever thought that was bad, Kathy says it's not. Because it's not even a vagina.
You remember a while back we received a coconut in the mail.
Yeah.
Somebody just put an address on and mailed it and didn't know you could do that. So I asked for other odd items to be sent to us through the mail. Well, we've gotten a few of them.
What'd you say right now is the most unique thing we've received? Would it be the coconut?
No, I think it's that rewinder.
The rewinder? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
tape in here.
Is there?
Oh.
What is it?
Let's see what
Play
it
it.
is.
It's got to be porn.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Oh my God.
What is it?
All right. Hang on. Let's play a little game.
Oh.
I
love little games.
I will reveal cast characters to you.
Oh, it's like the Leonard Maltin game.
Yeah.
With Doug Benson.
Mm-hmm.
Doug loves movies.
Yeah. So it's.
You going to pull up the cast?
Yeah. I was not expecting this. All right. So.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to start with the star or a little further down on the list?
Where do you want me to start, Preston and Steve?
Key grip.
No, you want to go like on the list?
Yeah,
of
go
five
with
down?
the co-stars. Yeah, 5 down.
5 down.
All right. Fifth one down.
Yep.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Steve
4.
will probably get this.
John Mahoney.
John Mahoney.
Ooh.
The comedian?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to turn this into
Say
a giveaway?
anything?
From it was from Frasier's dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, say anything, probably. That's guess number 1.
that's
Okay,
wrong.
no. All right.
Next, Michael Lerner.
That's a woman, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a man, Michael Lerner.
No, I'm thinking Michael Learned.
Yes, from the Waltons. Played the mom.
Okay. I don't know.
Sixth down. You want me to do 6 down because it's a bigger name.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Spaced Invaders?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to go down real quick? 'Cause
I don't
it's
care.
a
Just
bigger
give us another name.
Tony Shalhoub was 6.
Tony Shalhoub. This isn't Galaxy. No.
No,
wouldn't be
because
Galaxy
the others
Quest.
aren't in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the year of the movie by any chance?
Sure.
All right. The year of the movie was 1991.
Year was 1991.
Okay.
And Tony Shalhoub had just completed production of a major motion picture.
All right. Above Michael Lerner is Judy Davis.
Judy Davis.
I don't know who that is.
A great actress, and she played many biographies. She also played Judy Garland.
Okay.
All right. Next one up. Second down is John Goodman.
Ooh.
Wow.
King Ralph?
No.
No. 'cause-
Not a comedy. How about that?
Oh,
comedy.
The Babe.
No.
The Bitch.
No, that was Joan Collins. Looks a lot like
How's our
John
text,
Goodman these days.
How's our text board? Did they? Any
I'm not
guesses?
checking.
I'm not looking.
All right,
You
go
don't
ahead.
wanna
One
look.
more.
All right.
The main star.
So John Goodman,
Tony Shalhoub. John Mahoney.
and it was not a comedy.
It was not a comedy. All right, so it's something very powerful, would we say? Is it DC Cab?
I've only heard of this movie. I've never seen it.
All right. So you only have one name left.
I have one name left.
Probably Citizen Kane then.
And it's the title character.
Okay.
I almost said the name of the movie.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
Oh, Barton Fink.
Yeah.
There you go.
Son of a bitch.
Never heard of it.
Coen Brothers.
Never even heard of that movie.
It's very trippy.
Well, now
That's
you can watch it,
obscure.
Preston.
Yeah, right?
In beautiful VHS.
Well, we just
Someone get a VHS player and put an address on it. Send it to us.
Yeah.
Undefeated Records. Eric, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock
Uma Thurman needs the word.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Wow.
Case, how did you just do that? Do that
They're
again.
all right next to each other.
Do it again.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
Nice work. All right, Eric, what's up, man? Tell us about your perfect record.
When I was in the military, we went down to Haiti in like 96 around then for deployment. From the time we got on the Eisenhower to go down, which was like mid-September, we were down there about 5-6 months. For 3.5 months, me and my best friend were undefeated in the card game Spades.
How do you play spades?
Do you know how to play hearts?
A little bit.
It's basically hearts, but with spades.
Hey, now, Spades is a partner game, right?
Yeah. It's usually played 4 people, 2 to a team.
Okay. There's a Stephen King book called Hearts in Atlantis. You need to read that. There's a whole segment about the game of hearts that I think you'll dig, man.
Yeah, I played.
Cool.
Thanks, Eric. We'll
I
see
played
ya.
hearts and pinochle, and so spades is kind of like a combination of those two. I got to tell you, when it comes to spades, there was a giant bone of contention between my circle of high school friends. There's a scene in Boys in the Hood where I think Ice Cube says, "Yo, y'all want to bust some spades?" And my friend, and still to this day, thinks he says spags. And I'm like, spags isn't a thing. It's not a game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed your
peanut brittle.
This just in. Clarification on dialogue that appeared in the movie Boys in the Hood so many years ago. There's no such thing as spags. We knew it as Jimmy Leshevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, how about this whole Boys in the Hood conundrum? I was confused by it, honestly. I thought he said spags. But I thought to myself, there is no such thing as that, right? Thanks, Jim. Thanks always. Very, very insightful commentary.
Let's go to Tyler. Has a record. Hey, Tyler, good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about people having a perfect record. What about you?
All right. I got a perfect record for getting stoned every single day and going to school and getting straight A's.
Straight A's. You got so you're an exemplary student, though you were stoned absolutely every. Now, would that be Monday through Friday, just school days, or were you?
No, every day.
Every day.
Wow. And you got straight A's.
Straight A's. I'm like a teacher's pet. Like the teacher has to say, Tyler, like we know you know the answer. Just stop raising your hand at this point.
Were you the teacher's supplier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't sell drugs.
Okay, good.
All right,
So you're like the champion of drug addicts.
Sure.
Yeah.
For getting good grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's it's a little bit of a contorted title, but it is a title.
That's it. Listen, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
undefeated.
I'll take anything that you want to tell us about.
What
Thanks,
are you the
man.
champion of then at that point?
Of beating the odds, I guess.
Yes,
right?
of course. Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have to smoke resin one time. He always, right?
What's that? I'm not understanding.
When you run out of weed, you get like a paper clip or whatever, and you scrape out all the resin in your apparatus, and you
Casey,
smoke that.
I used to be called Captain Blackfingers.
Captain Black. Look at you, Cheech and Chong over here.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't actually have the leafy substance.
Captain Blackfingers.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, a lot of people still want to watch reruns of The Cosby Show on television. In a Twitter announcement yesterday, Bounce TV said, "You asked and we heard you loud and clear, bouncers. We're bringing back The Cosby Show by popular demand."
I don't know if I have Bounce.
No, and you know what? Well, I don't know either, but Seventh Heaven is playing in syndication. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, you figured how would you do that?
Yeah, but if people want to see it.
Stephen Collins was admitted to sexual contact with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
To me, I would find it difficult to believe him as a preacher in that show.
Yeah.
And Cosby is the ultimate dad at this point, I think, is not workable.
Well, it's old, and people might have they might look past that and just look at the characters as opposed to the people actually playing them.
You think so? I should revisit the Charles Manson sitcom.
What was that? I don't remember. Was that back in
Here it is, MMR's. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is thank. T-H-A-N-K. You got 15 minutes. All right, or at least a little less than that. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do that. You can text the word thank to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Horizon Services, and I'll give it to you one more time. The word is thank, T-H-A-N-K. Good luck to you. We're going to take a look at traffic. Let's get into that right now. Kathy, what's going on?
It doesn't matter where you're going. You're sitting in traffic, so we'll just go over some of the spots. Just keep in mind, if I don't mention it, doesn't mean it's not there. Schuylkill eastbound slows 202 into Gulf Mills. You're then jammed from the Blue Route to Belmont, City Avenue to Spring Garden, westbound side. Heavy Passyunk to the Vine Expressway, the Boulevard to Belmont, and then the Blue Road out to Gulf Mills. 95 northbound, slowing 452 to Curlin Street southbound from Woodhaven to Bridge Street. There was an accident in there. It's now gone. PA Turnpike eastbound at Route 1. We've got an accident. 2 lanes are blocked now on the westbound side of Slow Virginia Drive to Fort Washington. North Valley Road at Sweetsford Road, there is an accident. 309 between Cheltenham and Limekiln Pike. We've got some jam traffic there, and that is because of an accident as well. Route 73 at Walton Road in Bluebell, that accident cleared. And then, Nick, where was that truck that was stuck? It was on King of Prussia Road.
Yeah.
Between Matson Ford Road and what's the other one?
And North Chester Road. It's a railroad bridge, and trucks get stuck there all the time.
Yeah, I know that bridge. I know that passing through there, it's very small. So there is a truck that's stuck there. You can not get through on either side. And then in New Jersey, 55 northbound jams north of Deptford to the 42 freeway, 42 north heavy, Blackwood Clementon Road to 295. This traffic report brought to you by InvisibleFence.com. Invisible Fence Brand's containment system gives your pet freedom and you confidence in their safety. For a limited time, get $200 off your system. Schedule your free consultation at InvisibleFence.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One love. Well, a mom was left horrified after her cat brought home a sex toy to her, leading to an awkward conversation with her 12-year-old son. Rachel Masterman's kleptomaniac cat Demo has become somewhat of a local celebrity of the random things that he brings back as gifts to his owner. By the way, they live in Wales.
Okay.
In the UK. The four-legged thief has previously dragged home gloves, a watering can, and even floral tributes from
Little rascal.
the graveyard behind their home. However, the 3-year-old pet recently stepped up his game when he came through the door with what appeared to be anal beads in his mouth.
Oh, my God. Look what I found.
Yeah. Rachel, who lives in Wales, was left mortified when she realized what the risque item was and faced some awkward questions from her son, who also spotted it. She said, Demo's been bringing gifts home for the last couple of years, but on Monday, I was on the phone with my sister, and she turned up at the door.
Is this like your dildo, Mommy?
At first, I thought it was one of those car air freshener things. But then I showed my sister, and she said, Rachel, that's definitely not an air freshener. It took me a minute, but once I realized what it was, I was absolutely horrified.
That's great.
And I had my 12-year-old son asking me what it was, and I was mortified at that. My other 2 cats, Bibble and Pepe, too, just bring back the usual things like mice, whereas Demo gets the weirdest stuff. I've gotten so many gloves and random clothes, but without a doubt, this is the weirdest thing that she's ever brought back.
Who's missing them? You have to wonder.
Yeah, real good question.
Yes.
And why are they leaving about where a cat would find them? All right, so this is a guy, David Dean, was in one of the worst hit parts of Southwest Florida, and the newspaper is calling him the sofa survivor. He said, I found myself around 3 or 4 in the afternoon floating on a sofa with my head just above the ceiling fans, 18 inches below the ceiling. I was gasping for air. That's how deep the water got.
Unbelievable.
And he stayed in the house because the wind was still going crazy outside. So he was staying in, and this couch floated up to
the ceiling.
Yeah. As water rose inside David's 1970 single-story park home, he planned for the worst and an exit route. He said from that point, I was going to try to get out the door and hold on to a palm tree or something. The water was very cold and I was shivering, and it was pretty horrific. So for about 2.5 hours, he said, I was bobbing in that water. I couldn't touch the bottom and was just waiting for the storm to pass.
It's insane.
Today, days after the storm subsided, the neighborhood is eerily quiet And David said that the presence of the authorities here has been humbling, a reminder that this could have been even worse. He said, I'm hoping that they don't find anybody, but by and large, you'd rather not know. And there are several other stories that are starting to surface of people that were in situations like this, like they were caught inside a flooding home because the weather was worse outside.
Yeah, the predominant cause of death was drowning. I was looking at some of the stats.
Yep, so we'll see as more of those arrive. This is a story that Nick had mentioned yesterday. We were talking about something else, but 2 anglers were caught cheating in a Cleveland fishing tournament by adding lead weights and fish fillets that appear to be previously prepared to increase the weight of the fish during a competition on Friday.
This is still in the McDonald's box.
The cheaters added around 8 pounds of total weight to the 5 fish they caught during the September 30th event on Lake Erie.
How do you think you're not going to get caught?
This is according to Jason Fisher of the Lake Erie
Wait a minute.
Walleye Trail.
His name is Fisher?
Yeah.
All right.
Fisher, the tournament organizer, said the fish looked smaller than what they weighed, and this prompted the fish to be checked for any signs of cheating. Fisher said any angler that alters the weight of any caught fish is immediately disqualified from the tournament. Fisher said
They're usually executed.
multiple other anglers called local police departments at the Cleveland Metro Parks after the discovery. So they called the cops.
That's what the police respond to.
Yep.
We're going to have to leave a shootout. We'll be over there in a few minutes.
All right, this is pretty terrifying. A small plane crashed into a Minnesota home on Saturday night, killed 3 people who were on board the aircraft. Police got word just before midnight from the control tower at Duluth International Airport. A small airplane had left the radar and was believed to have crashed its last known location about a mile south of the airport. Officers and firefighters from multiple agencies who responded to the area found the plane, which was a Cessna 172, and it had slammed into the home. The airplane hit the second floor of the home and then came to rest in the backyard of the property. The 2 occupants of the home were not injured. All 3 people on board died. The crash left a hole in the home's roof and brought down a section of the second floor.
It's a small home, too.
Yeah, it's unclear why the plane went down. The FAA and the NTSB are investigating.
So 2 people in that house surviving is pretty miraculous.
Yep, and then we'll do one more story and wrap it up. A North Fort Myers woman is behind bars after police arrested her for pulling a gun on 2 women in a gas line in Fort Myers. Terry Johns pointed a gun at a car with 2 women inside. She thought they were trying to skip the line to get gas.
Yeah, someone skips a line, you pull out your heat.
That's what you do. According to the police,
line skipper!
The women were actually trying to make a U-turn in the traffic and were not cutting in line.
Yeah, U-turn, right.
Johns was taken to the Lee County Jail and faces charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill and weapons offenses. No further details available at this time, but she got busted. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. Before we move along, a couple of reminders. Camp Out for Hunger in 3 days will be officially 1 month away. And we have instituted already with our friends at Acme the Head Start campaign.
Love it.
That is available now. You go by your local Acme, you make a purchase, and while you're right there at checkout, you can make a donation.
I've already done it.
It's easy to do. You can do it whatever denomination you want to, and the more you can give, the better, obviously. But you can also, donate at your local Acme Market the week of Camp Out and drop off your non-perishable food donations at the Camp Out event. But just leading up to this gives us a nice base to begin with. And, of course, we've got great prizes to give away as well, although that's not the main focus of the event. We do want to have some incentives. Live broadcast from the Preston and Steve Show is what you win if you are the largest donator from a business or organization. And we have somebody who's here this morning who has quite a bit of experience in, donating.
The GOAT.
And also likes to share the wealth and help other people understand how they can be involved in this. Our good friend from Subaru of America, Mr. Matt Ritter, is here this morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, man, nice to see you.
It's great to be with you as always. And hey, by the way, go Phils. Let's play some baseball in October.
Yeah, we're going to talk to our buddy Mike Barkan later on about that.
Can't wait.
But listen, thank you again for the Subaru Ascent that Casey and company used for the cross-country drive.
Well, thanks for asking us to be a part of that special road trip. And as a reminder, so we went ahead and rounded up the mileage because we told you we were going to donate $1 for every mile driven. We rounded up to $5,000.
That's sensational.
Kind of doubled it there. Nice.
Yeah. Well, we round up in sales. So,
No, that's excellent. We didn't even. In fact, you whipped us on that last minute when we were out in the parking lot, which is terrific. The vehicle they loved, but at this point in time, this is something we're actually starting to see the fruits of what you wanted to set in motion years ago, which was to incite other businesses to not feel shut out by Subaru's staggering contribution every year to the Camp Out for Hunger, and say you have a shot at following our methodology and getting there. So, in fact, this week, Pierre's following up on a live broadcast from Xfinity, a store right here on
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you can do it. And I have noticed that people and businesses, I think we all have really upped their game since you started giving this sort of mini class.
Well, there's no question. Of course, we do this together, right? It takes a team of us. And you were generous enough to expand the prizes to include a live broadcast from Pierre and include $20,000 worth of advertising on WMMR. And I want to tell you, you're right. The past several years, we've seen more and more businesses get involved, and then they come back the following year, which is really the most important thing. And
with market increases.
With marked increases. That's exactly right. And so when that happens, that's how you set records like 2.3 million pounds of food last year and $1.8 million for the best year ever, right? So we are so grateful to the companies that have been listening to the call to action and saying, please, come join us. Come join Subaru. Partner with Phil Abundance. We'll make it so easy. You go to the website, WMMR.com, /Phil Abundance, or no, /Campout.
Right.
Sorry about that. /Campout. And right in there is the tutorial, the video on how you can partner with Phil Abundance and increase your weight every single year.
Yeah. And just to explain what's happening here is that it's not, you're not gaming the system. What's happening is by this methodology, you're actually targeting what Phil Abundance actually needs the most.
That's the most important thing, right? Because years ago, we've been doing this now for 16 years, right? And years ago, we were just buying what we thought would weigh a lot.
Right.
And then we started talking to Phil Abundance. They're like, listen, we actually don't need that. We need this instead. Because we're low on it, and it will be more helpful to the families. Because I'll tell you what, as you know, 500,000 families and 200,000 kids around the Delaware Valley are counting on all of us to step up. This year, more than ever, it is needed with the inflation prices that are going on, the cutbacks that families have had to do. And again, to remind everybody, there are so many kids in this area that their only meal is when they go to school. And that's just not fair. And it's incumbent upon all of us to help out through this Camp Out for Hunger and help these families get the food that they so desperately need.
It's true. You don't want to, and we never do get blasé or just say, oh, we got it this year. That's why we never set a goal. We just know that what will happen will usually be very magical. But, you see people just respond constantly, no matter what their own conditions are. And so from the smallest one bag donation, to a little bit of a percentage extra at Acme, all the way up to the corporate level, like what you guys are doing and what Comcast and other companies stepped up. It all makes a difference. And I've heard the refrain occasionally from people, well, mine isn't going to matter. Yeah, it completely matters to the family that's going to eat that food that you bring. So it's all part of a greater good.
You're exactly right, Steve, and it absolutely matters so much. I don't want anyone to think for a second, well, all I can do is this one bag, so I'm not sure it's going to matter. Every bit of it matters to these families throughout the Delaware Valley. And to your point earlier, I've done the Acme Roundup and donated through there. They make it so easy at checkout, like you're exactly right. So I'm glad to see that's already started.
Yes.
And hopefully, like Subaru, other companies in the area have already begun thinking about what they're going to do this year for their donation because, hey, we're a month away.
I know.
I want to tell you something. This is the 25th anniversary of Camp Out.
Yes, it sure is.
We need everybody. Let's step up and let's make a huge splash this year. It's the 25th anniversary. It is time to really blow it out of the water.
You know, it's great. The 25th is falling at a time where we are a lot more comfortable with being out and returning to the campouts of yore and that much more. So stuff that we had to incorporate during the past couple of years is now added into the campout that you loved attending over there at Xfinity, and all the circus-like atmosphere will be there plus more. So we want to make it huge.
Well, that's what makes it so fun, right? Because down there it's just this festive carnival-like event. Come down, be a part of the show, donate some food, and feel good about it afterwards because you know you're making a difference. And that's the whole point. That's what we try to do at Subaru, right? We want to be more than a car company. And to do that, you have to make a difference in the communities where you live, not only here where we're headquartered, the only automotive manufacturer headquartered here, but also throughout the country with all of our 635 retailers, our zone offices, our regional offices. We want to make a difference all over the country.
Right. All right, so the video for people to watch is available. Where's the best way to see that?
Let me see if I can get it right this time. WMMR.com/campout. And check it out. That's a tutorial. It's our entire playbook. This is how we do it. Okay. Join us this year. We can't wait to see you down at Camp Out and have everyone make this 25th anniversary something to remember forever.
Excellent. I love that. And this was Matt's idea.
It was Matt's idea.
To help other businesses out.
In fact, you were going to initially bow out of it. We said you should not be penalized for being good at what you're doing, but everyone's stepping up in a way that you had hoped would happen. It's happening.
They're right. These businesses are right on our heels. And I tell you what, I've said this before, I'll say it again. It sounds strange, but nothing would make me happier than for us to lose.
Yeah.
Because that means something really great is happening for these families throughout the Delaware Valley.
It's terrific.
We're going to give it a run, and I'll tell you, but listen, again, it's a team. You were generous enough to do the small business open house that year and have this video on your website. So we appreciate it so much because it's really been paying off.
Cool. All right, WMMR.com/campout. Make sure you do that. And thank you for your continued
Thank you for doing Camp Out for 25 years. This is going to be great.
Dying support. Thank you. Matt Ritter from Subaru of America. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. More You Who Loot coming up. And actress Marina Sirtis will be joining us. And Michael Barkan and more. Don't forget, it's Tattoo Tuesday.
Yes.
Blowing World Tattoo and Piercing. President Steve Show Tattoo. Text word tattoo to 39333. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Cue the jingle. There it is.
It's real.
Is it words or is it?
You tell me.
It's an auditory reaction.
Tell me. In classic Yoko fashion, and this was a message to her followers, and I guess to her followers, this means something.
Okay, here we go. I haven't heard this yet.
Okay. You know what that sounds like? You know when you have a balloon, and you let the air out, but you put it in your mouth and you go, ow, wow,
Marissa, can we find a balloon, please?
Do you know what it also sounds like?
No, I mean an actual balloon around here. Casey's got it. We need a real balloon.
A real man's balloon. We got
those
condoms.
are gigantic. Look at this.
All right, well, go ahead. Blow it
It's
up.
a weather balloon,
It's
for
a
Christ's sake.
douchebag is what it is.
Either we have a tiny balloon or a Zeppelin.
It's a hot water bottle.
The hell is
this
that?
Won't work.
It might.
All right, try it.
He's going to pass out trying to blow it up.
And you know what? Preston is actually really good at just picking up wind instruments, so you might be able to actually recreate this.
He might be a virtuoso.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play it for him while he's blowing.
Okay. All right, stop.
Got it.
What the hell's going on?
Trying to lick it.
Stop laughing. This is serious.
Yes, come on. You don't have to get it right up on the mic.
Maybe Yoko is
I can't
talented.
Get it to squeak.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
All right,
Here we go.
Sounds like a heart.
No, got to take it back.
I need a different balloon.
Not going to work.
Go to promotions. Get me. God damn it! Give me a real balloon.
And where's those balloons I requested? Can't come out of a Green Day song into a balloon segment.
You can't come out of Yoko Ono.
Yoko Ono into a balloon segment. Shut that bitch up.
Can you do the exploding Yoko for me, Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite bits of all time. Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, we're good to go. That's what she sounds like.
Her voice is hurting my ears.
It's just annoying. And please, the enablers.
Stop putting microphones in front of her face.
I would say the people that supported Hitler and enabled Hitler.
Who does she have around her?
Yeah, they're just as bad.
They're
so talented.
It's not doing the mouth thing. It's not with them.
Who the hell is doing that?
It was Nick. It was the balloon.
You got to go like this, but.
Jesus.
Wait a minute. Are you actually saying woo where you're doing that? No, stop that.
Why? It's added to it.
He asked you a question.
That's not hurting your ears? You would get you'd get a more pleasant sound if you ran over a cat with a lawnmower.
This is terrible.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, that's her take on the whole election.
Who's doing that?
Should we stop?
Yes.
Yeah.
See if you can guess what song this is.
See if you can what?
See if you can guess what song this is.
Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, wait, we may have invented a new game. Here we go. What? That's just rhythm. That has no...
It's a song you should know. Oh,
Oh, wait, that was Limelight.
Yes, it was.
Seriously?
It was pulling up.
Do it again.
It took me a bit.
Can you do Crash Into Me?
That's hard. I can try. Let me get it for you.
Here, wait, hold on.
Steve's going to do it.
No, I can't.
Oh, you're just blowing up a balloon for fun.
I just like to blow up balloons. I really, if you're having a prom or something coming up, give me a call.
Is this the dumbest thing we've ever done?
It's in there. It's in there.
Do we want to stay on sugary?
No, I need savory now.
Savory, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to savory. Let's see. Shake Shack is adding more chicken to its menu.
Okay.
It's just in.
Dude.
The Shake Shack adding more chicken to its menu. And landslide in Peru kills 100,000.
Hey, by the way.
We go down to Jimmy Kushevsky, who's at Shake Shack.
Are you leading with that?
By the way, speaking of landslides, they saved the 3 cows.
They did?
Yes, that were up on that.
How'd they get them down?
I don't know. I didn't read the full
They
story.
raised New Zealand.
Nick had it up earlier, but it was that New Zealand earthquake that caused a landslide, and there were 3 cows up on top of that little plateau.
Cows were terrified. They were full of milkshakes. Boom!
He was laughing at himself. He couldn't even get it out.
Wow.
That's a horrible joke.
That's so good. They were filled full of milkshakes.
Cows had milkshakes in them.
Because they were so scared. They were shaking.
I thought it was because the ground shook.
No. Hey, that's
the problem.
Wait, that's a good one.
It was an earthquake.
It was an earthquake, so they were full of milkshakes.
Got it.
All right. Anyway, I don't know how they did it, Kathy. We'll follow into that later on. So anyway,
They shot him.
Back to Shake Shack.
He shot him and threw him off.
They had a helicopter with a machine gun
Look
on
at
it.
him.
They're saved.
They have the Ride of the Valkyries.
We have the cows inside.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly right about it.
We have our cows inside.
All right. Anyhow, moving on. Back to the Shake Shack and the chicken.
Yeah.
We were speaking earlier this morning in our entertainment roundup about Dwayne The Rock Johnson being the sexiest man alive.
Yeah, I sometimes don't support those decisions, but I have to agree with this one.
You agree with this one?
Yeah, on a guy level to a guy, I would say that because he's a cool guy. He seems like a good guy. Mm-hmm. He seems like a guy who would hold you down.
Yes.
And take you.
Yeah.
And take you and make you realize things about yourself. That's what he seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some I have not agreed with. Richard Gere, you would agree with, right?
Oh yeah, I loved Richard Gere.
Yeah, it's interesting what floats their particular boat every year.
They usually pick somebody who's got something going on too, as far as being in the public eye in a big project, and they're successful as well.
In 1992, Nick Nolte won it.
No way.
Yeah.
All right, what did that picture look like, though?
I don't feel so good. In 92, it would have been fine. It would have been the time, I guess, around maybe the Prince of Tides.
Yeah, I mean, he's 51 at the time.
Yeah.
In 89, Sean Connery won it at age 59.
I have to poop.
There's a few other.
I have to poop now. So take your damn picture.
Take it now.
Take your picture now. I have to poop. He, I guess they were trying to show that an older guy could be.
Yeah, that was right when Last Crusade came out. And then Richard Gere won again in 99 at the age of 50, and Harrison Ford won in 98.
There you go.
At 56.
Stop thinking about that.
It was one of the more poop. Take your picture. Got to poop.
Long story short, I'm a murderer. My son is really into fish and fish tanks, so we bought one. I got one for his birthday, which was back in September, and it took me a while to get it up and running. It's the first time I've ever owned
mentioning this. Yeah.
Fish tanks seem like a great idea.
They do. You know, and I'm actually like overall really happy with the purchase.
Right,
I have a friend named Cheryl who's been really helpful in guiding me through some of this stuff because I didn't know what I was doing.
Are there a lot of fish?
Initially, there were 4.
Okay.
Initially.
Well, Superman, macro, ice cream, and oh crap, a 4th one.
R.I.P.
No.
How big of a tank, by the way? How many gallons?
Like 29 gallons. So I went away this past weekend. I went up to North Central PA and came back, and Superman, who was the biggest of the fish, was dead.
Yep.
So, you know, it sucked because I knew that I was going to have to make a decision, and that decision was, do I tell my son whether or not this fish has died?
Right.
And
is he super connected to it? Does he?
Well, it's his. I don't know. It's his fish tank. It's in his room. He picked out all the fish to go into the tank. So he's been very active in the decision making process. He named all of them.
I would get attached to my fish. Like I would be sad when they would die.
Yeah. And they don't really have a ton of personality, but they have some, and then you sort of figure out which ones stayed at the bottom and which ones come to the top.
Which ones never move.
Which ones never move.
And
which
just
ones
sit there on the bottom.
Which ones hide behind the little hut at the bottom of the thing.
Which ones decompose.
Which ones decompose. Which ones eat other ones.
Yeah.
So I took Superman out with the little net and put him in the toilet and flushed him down, and he went to fish heaven.
Yeah.
So this was over the weekend. It's now.
Where's that coming from? It's so damn loud. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
So it's now Wednesday, and I have yet to tell my son. And so I don't know. Here's the quandary. Do I inform my son of what has happened with the fish and teach him the lessons of life and that death is a part of life and that we move on? Or do I just go out and get a replacement fish and pretend like it never happened?
I tell you what is an easy swap out is a turtle.
Yeah.
Those little turtles.
There's a great storyline in the movie My Blue Heaven. Joan Cusack accidentally knocks a turtle into the garbage disposal.
Well, speaking of the garbage disposal, about 2 years ago, actually it was a Christmas present. Santa brought Jace a betta fish, a pretty red betta fish. And I was cleaning out the nice vase that the betta fish lived in, and I put it in like a little cup, and that damn thing jumped out of the cup. I guess I filled it up too high and went into the sink, and Jace is sitting there. I remember he was eating lunch and he was sitting watching the whole thing, and I was like, oh, the fish, and I was like, don't move, don't jump, don't flap anywhere, because he was in the sink.
Yes.
So I tried to cover him with my hand so he wouldn't go down the drain. Well, he did, and I freaked out, and I was like, he's down there, he's still alive, what do I do? So great idea. I turned the garbage disposal on.
Oh my God!
What am I gonna do?
What are you?
You're a murderer.
Oh my God! My child is trapped in the wood chipper. Turn it on.
Steve, and he is staring at me, watching the whole thing with these big eyes.
What could possibly make you think that
You can reach down in there and get
I couldn't
it.
find him. I couldn't find him.
Oh, you couldn't see him? Use a flashlight?
No, I couldn't find him. It was like, and it was so fast. Like, I was like, oh, I'll just turn the garbage disposal on. And I quick hit
What,
the
like to put it out of its misery?
Yeah, because it couldn't breathe.
Listen, at some point,
Can't breathe.
If you could not find it, because believe it or not, at the bottom of the garbage disposal, there is a ridge that goes, or at least in mine,
Yeah.
and if it got under there and you couldn't get it out, what are you going to let it suffocate?
Yeah. But it's a fish, right?
I know, yeah.
And is there water in that disposal?
No, it's dry down there.
Oh,
unless you-
okay. Then I misunderstand.
I didn't know what to do. Poor thing watched the whole thing. and-
Quick, turn it on.
Quick, kill it. Kill it. Mommy wants you to kill it.
I didn't know what to do.
Jace, we're going to teach you a lesson now. You have to turn the garbage disposal on.
God, no. Stop it.
Kill it. Come on. Spartan mom.
Is that for Kathy?
Me? Are you kidding? Everyone here is freezing.
You guys all have coats on, don't you?
Yeah.
Look at all the ladies are all putting
Everyone
their coats on.
has coats on.
I'm cold.
You should put a coat on, Kathy.
I have a coat and a blanket. You should wear a T-shirt if you're going to sweat constantly.
He doesn't sweat, though. His pits have been shut off.
Well, he's
Hang on a second here. I can never pass up a phone call from someone named Nicole, so I'm going to go to Nicole. Hi there, Nicole.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
Great. You're on the radio. How you doing?
Hey, I'm awesome.
Tell everybody why.
I just won $1,000.
It's another one. Another $1,000.
That's awesome.
MMR's You Hulu. That's fantastic. Nicole, you at home or you at work? What are you doing today?
I am working from home, but I just stopped at Acme and I donated to Camp Out, so see good things come back.
Look at you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Look at you. See what happened? She donated and then she won.
Well, since you're working from home, take the day off and go into work.
Yeah, do that.
Oh, I wish.
Where are you from, Nicole?
I'm from Haddonfield.
Haddonfield, thank you so much for listening. We do appreciate it, and we are very, very happy to give you, a loyal MMR listener, $1,000 for You Hulu. Congratulations, Nicole.
Amazing. Thanks
And there you go. That can be you too, friend. You Hulu. Next opportunity coming up around 10 a.m.
We can't guarantee it, but it seems fairly likely that if you donate to the Camp Out for Hunger, you'll win $1,000.
Fairly likely, yeah. Speaking of the Camp Out for Hunger, I got this email. This is from Patty Bradley Sermon. And she says, hey, just wanted to pitch an idea. November 2023 will be 5 years since my husband and I got married at Hunger for Love.
Hunger for Love.
The Camp Out for Hunger. Remember, we did a wedding, and I can't believe it's going to be 5 years at that.
Blows my mind.
She said, I thought it would be a cool idea to have a reunion of the couples, celebrate 5 years of WMMR love, find out how many couples are still together. I believe there were 66 couples that day.
I like that idea.
Anyway, just thought that I'd throw the idea out there. It gives you guys a year to plan for it. So it's not this year, but the following year.
That was the most trippy experience because, as you remember, there was one point where we had basically all the city's mascots in there dancing away.
That's right.
And it was crazy.
And I believe was Drop Dead Sexy was playing that day because they're like a perfect party reception band.
Right.
If I remember correctly, that was so much
We all looked
fun.
We were sort of dressed up a little bit. At least I had like a tuxedo. And we had it was just done to the nines. Who provided all those? It was like wedding cupcakes. Was your friend?
Yeah, it was Kriebel's
Yes.
Bakery. Yeah.
Yes. It was all there.
Yeah, so we had all the components, and I would love to do that again sometime. By the way, this is our 25th Camp Out for Hunger. 25th time that we started. We did this 25 years ago. The very first one, just me and Steve and Marilyn, our co-host at the time.
1 ton was the goal,
and we did it. But we've since surpassed that a tiny bit. So we got to, as Matt Ritter was saying, we got to make this one super duper big and exceptional because of the 25th anniversary of this.
I think it'll have its own. It'll have that, and obviously want to add on all sorts of flourishes, as you're saying, Preston. But the fact that we're able to come back to a full camp out is going to seem like a party in and of itself.
Yeah.
I was there too, though.
Were you?
Yes,
Did
yeah.
you stay with us?
Yeah. Well, no, but
Not overnight.
You just remember the little kid that came up to the counter and goes, I'd like to be on radio one day,
No, I
son.
remember you were there, but I meant slept and stayed there.
in the
Well,
thing.
actually, Marilyn didn't sleep and stay there,
she did not. We did.
No, you guys did.
We had we
You
knew
and
we
Dick
had a
Vermeil.
raging passion.
Yeah.
and Dick Vermeil. We were under the Dick Vermeil sign.
Yeah.
Two guys under Dick.
Big billboard of Dick right on the other side of the parking lot from us.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
You'd wake
anyhow.
up and go out and I can't even say it.
and see a big dick right there on the billboard. Yes.
All three of you guys in the Hall of Fame.
What's that
Dick
now?
Vermeil.
You and Preston. I mean, you are Preston over there. And then Steve is on that
And
side.
Dick Vermeil.
Yeah,
And Dick
and we're
Vermeil.
all in the
Yeah.
NFL.
Yeah,
All
nice.
within the last year made it to their respective Hall of Fames, mostly for dick jokes.
Too beautiful.
Which is what we do.
Yeah.
I wanted to play this piece of audio that Casey sent over to us, and it's apparently a French television program. I don't know if it was just a talk show or what, but they had the brilliant idea to locate people who had bizarre laughs.
Right.
Okay. And what they did is there's like 8 of them or so, and they essentially just sat them all down and maybe asked them a couple of questions. And all it took was like for one of them to laugh, and they all start cracking up. And they have these bizarre laughs. And it's brilliant. I would love to actually hear each individual laugh.
Isolated.
But you can't. It's too much. But one guy in particular has the most bizarre laugh I've ever heard in my life. So let me play a little bit of this for you. And then we have a couple of other ones that you came across, right, Case? All right. So this is them in the program. And you hear it starts off with a few of them laughing. But listen for this one guy and his very strange laugh. Here we go. Oh, that's him right off the bat.
That's a her. That's a woman.
That's a woman?
That's a woman?
I feel like it's
I
the
thought that
woman
was
with
the
the
guy.
long dark hair.
Okay.
Yeah, she's. Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Vous êtes célibataire, c'est pas à cause de votre rire.
J'espère pas.
Non.
How do you even laugh like that?
One of them sounds like a tauntaun.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, or a sand people.
Yeah.
Sand people, that's it.
Yeah.
Sand person.
I mean, that's how do you even end up? How does that be? Because a lot of times you and I don't know how we generate our laughs initially. A baby will laugh. It's a reaction.
Yeah.
What are the mechanics into creating an actual laugh? Because I believe my laugh has evolved throughout the years into different forms.
Oh, yeah,
but,
yeah.
But initially, what causes that sound, and what would cause someone to go?
I watched that like 7 or 8 times.
Oh, me
over
too.
and over
So
again.
I had sent it to you guys. I was sitting on the toilet. I guess it was Saturday morning, and I saw that, and then I didn't get up for like 20 minutes because I ended up going through the thread, the Twitter thread of all these other bizarre type of laughs. And so I don't know, did you go through any of the Twitter feed?
I just went to the mom where the guy has his mom. They're in like a Walmart or something like that.
We can play
That
this
one's-
one.
That one's pretty wild too. So this guy's trying to get his mom to laugh.
Yes.
And what finally breaks her is he says, "You have such a delicate laugh."
Yeah.
And then she started cracking up. Here we go.
No, there it was. Hold on. What was that? Delicate laugh one more time.
No.
Hold on.
And then she starts trying to talk while she's laughing.
It sounds like it hurts.
Listen.
Why are you stopping that?
People around.
She said people are laughing.
You said there's people around.
Oh my God.
She sounds actually, if you ever, when they take acoustical recordings of underwater, like
Yeah.
No, there it was. Hold on. What was that? Delicate laugh one more time.
No.
Hold on.
I'd be worried, right? I'd perform a tracheotomy on it.
Sounds like her vocal cords are being damaged.
Why are you stopping that?
People around.
All right, so if you love that one, I think you're gonna love this one. So here's a guy who he's in the passenger seat of a car, and he's trying to get his girlfriend to laugh, but she doesn't know. But so he's acting like he's an influencer. So he's got the phone up and he's like, all right, guys, so this is what we're doing today. And she just thinks it's the funniest thing because he's ridiculous. And her laugh, this is what got me going.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I haven't heard this one. Here we go.
All right, what's up, guys? So I thought I would give y'all my morning routine because
Here it comes.
something wrong. My followers.
Oh, that?
Oh.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I don't like
Sounds
it.
demonic.
Oh, I love that.
What's generating?
That's
I would
coming
think-
from the gut, man.
I would think it's in your throat.
Right.
That for some reason, like snoring.
Right.
You know, you can things get really loose in
And
there.
as you're drawing, perhaps the.
Oh my God.
Like she's shutting down. She's going into shutdown mode.
Do you? I'm sure you know no one who laughs in this realm, but who has the most bizarre laugh?
I don't
that
know
you-
bizarre laughs. I think of the show members. Let's go with us here. When Marissa belly laughs, my God, is it loud?
Yeah.
I mean, she just explodes.
Super
with laughter.
loud.
Yeah.
The most visceral is Kathy. I think. I find Kathy's laugh. Well, you obviously, but I mean,
finally got my wheeze back, which
You
I
got
was
your wheeze
really
back.
happy about. I lost it for a while. Like when I would laugh, it would like nothing would come out.
Yeah, you got the quiet laugh.
It
but
sucked.
that's how it evolves.
But now I have that.
It's back.
That whole thing,
Yeah.
which is when I'm really going. That's me cracking up.
When I cut the promos, a lot of times I will leave in the wheeze.
Yeah.
And some people just because I think they can sense that you're really laughing out loud. Kathy's very, I think, belly laugh is also good as well because it's natural and you really project. But you're right. Loudest, Marissa.
Yeah, definitely.
So I have a whole side of my family that it's not as bizarre as these laughs, but it is very distinct. You could pick it out of a crowd. Like when I could not, have a blindfold on, and if one of them is there and laughing, I'd be like, okay, that's part of the Quintano family. They're here.
Oh yeah.
It's just like this burst of like, it's loud. It's a burst. It's like a almost like one beat, and that's it. And you're like, oh, they're here.
Oh really? Like one big.
It's like a ha, yeah, but it's like so.
That is a wild one. The one that I'm sure you've heard is the exhale.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, you guys ever hear of a comedian, British comedian named, I think it's Jimmy Carr?
Yes.
Yes.
So his laugh is great, but his laugh is completely in. It's like a, but I'm breathing out. Is but his goes in. It's
Okay.
like, I can't even do it because I would start coughing if I laughed the way he. If Marissa, if you can find Jimmy
Carr's
Carr's
good.
laugh, yeah.
So funny laughs, like with celebrities. Burt Reynolds had a funny laugh.
Oh, Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper.
God.
He's got a goofy little
He
laugh.
giggles.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have Anderson Cooper laughs in the system.
My favorite celebrity laugh or person to crack up that would crack me up was Dom DeLuise. Oh my God. He had this real high-pitched wheeze laugh and he couldn't breathe.
He'd try to talk.
And it was just, and yes, he would talk while he was doing it. I just used to, when he was laughing, I was laughing my ass off.
So you have two of them together. And in fact, if you're
Reynolds.
not familiar with Dom DeLuise, he was a rotund comedic actor. You've probably seen him and stuff and don't realize it. But in the outtakes for one of maybe Cannonball Run 2, he's laughing and cannot control it. And Burt Reynolds literally is trying to slap him to calm down because he's wheezing so much.
He can't stop.
Yeah, he can't. It makes him laugh more.
There's a sequence, Steve, where do you remember The End?
Yes.
Him and Burt Reynolds. They teamed up for a few movies. And he's in the insane asylum, and he just starts losing it.
He cannot get
It's
it.
just so funny. Oh my God!
You know, it's a great sequence. And Marissa, I know we're throwing so much at you, but there's one of the outtakes from might be season 6 of The Office, where with Jim, God, I'm having a brain fart.
John Krasinski.
John Krasinski is Michael is displaying his home theater system, which is ridiculous. It's like a computer monitor, nailed to the wall. and he has this high-pitched squeal laugh.
Okay.
That is hilarious.
A lot of people are texting in their suggestions. Kreischer has a great
Kreischer.
laugh. Bert has a great laugh when he's really belly laughing, and he talk laughs, too. All right, this is Jimmy Carr case?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Is that him really laughing?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's almost like a caw.
There is a YouTuber that Caroline watches. Oh, Stampy Cat. And he's got a goofy laugh. I can't imitate it, but that one it would make me laugh.
Don't you wonder how they get generated? I mean, it's obviously an expulsion or a drawing in of air, and it's involuntary in most ways. But how things become that absurd? I mean,
here's a few texts coming in. Apparently, a few people are saying Seth Rogen has a great laugh.
Yeah.
Michael Landon had a high-pitched giggle, somebody says.
He did.
Really?
He did, yeah. Little House on the Prairie, Michael Landon.
Okay. Let's see. This is Anderson Cooper's laugh. Here we go.
That part two. I know you got it, but.
He's got a like a giggle.
Yeah. It'd be like Walter Cronkite.
Yeah.
We just landed on the.
Marissa found some Dom DeLuise, so thank you for doing that. Here we go.
Stop it. Ready?
I don't know what this is from.
It's from the
outtakes.
Stop it. Okay.
They're trying to get through the scene.
Wait a minute, I got something. This will help you. No, I'm not gonna hit you. No, I'm not gonna hit you. I'm not gonna hit you. Now, listen to me. I swear to God, I'm not gonna hit you. Watch. Okay. I'm ready now.
Oh, it's just the best. It's the best. I love it.
It's that's why like a baby's laugh is so delightful.
Yeah.
It's so pure.
You cannot help but laugh when somebody is cracking up.
It's just hilarious.
All right, here's Michael Landon montage.
Michael Landon. Wow.
All
Little
right.
House on the Prairie. All right, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Wow, I'd never. You could play that for me. I would never guess.
Never figured it was Michael Landon.
Who that was laughing. Oh, man. What does Mom laugh? Oh, that's from the clips from earlier.
That's the girlfriend. The mom laugh.
Jesus Christ. That would scare the crap out of me.
Why are you stopping that?
She's being exercised.
Oh, God. That is the best. I love that.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
It reminds me of some kind of an effect or something from a movie. I don't really know. Hang on a second here. John, good morning.
Morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
Funny laugh. I follow this account of the Office bloopers on Instagram. John Krasinski's laugh. He doesn't even audibly open his mouth to laugh.
Yeah, I was
He doesn't open his mouth?
He does, but it builds. So, John, I was just mentioning that, and in the bloopers specifically, where Michael Scott is displaying his home theater, Krasinski loses it so hard that he has to walk off the set because he has this this wheeze thing.
Hang on, Nick. Did you see the text?
Elmo Blatch.
Elmo Blatch.
Yeah.
From Shawshank Redemption. That's that's the craziest guy, crazy guy that he's locked in with.
Yeah, he kind of inhales his laugh.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find that.
That's the best part.
Talking, I find sometimes talking laughter to be annoying.
It's the best part.
That's him. Oh my God.
That's contagious.
We had a guy that I used to work with who was a program director who would talk laugh. Remember when he was a loud laugher? And it was, it was like that. And he would be like, Lindsay came in and told him, I don't see that much.
I think either you're talking or you're laughing, but if you're doing both, you're kind of faking it.
Marilyn would do that too.
She would do it occasionally. Yeah.
This guy wasn't faking. It was he would because he would burst.
Oh, okay.
Laugh, and then he would try to contribute to whatever somebody was saying. So, but Casey, this YouTube, or I'm sorry, you saw it on Twitter. Was that a whole feed of funny laughs, or was it just
from there? It started with the French TV show, and then people were contributing their own videos.
Yeah,
it's great.
You know what? That'll do you some good. If you're if you're in a mood or whatever, something's going on, maybe just do a search on YouTube or of funny laughs, and that can bring you around at least for a little while and kind of change your tone.
Just the original show itself will get you going.
Yeah. That's Burt Reynolds.
And then finally the John Krasinski laugh.
Okay.
2 speakers. Damn. We have 2 speakers. What? Honey? Oh, Jesus. This is terrible. We'll never finish this episode. Check this out. Folds. Into the wall!
If you're just having a bad day in general, watch those bloopers because they're so damn good.
So what in this particular episode, just to frame it, if you have this blooper, he has basically Preston a small computer monitor, and it's stuck very poorly up on the wall. But he's saying, "This is my home theater."
Nice. All right. Well, thank you for sharing. We have to take a break because we're only a couple minutes away. Marina Sirtis is going to be joining us, so we need to talk to her and our buddy Mike Barkan, talking Bills. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
She said it. I knew it.
He's hot as hell.
Hot as hell.
You said it. There's a little.
Oh no! I slipped.
There's a little struggle with the thermostat here in the studio this morning.
The main struggle is that it doesn't work at all.
Well, that's the problem. Casey complains
it's not accurate.
that it's all the way up. It's like it's mental for him. He sees that it's all the way up. Meanwhile, it's still freezing in here. It does nothing to move it, and then he moves it down, and it becomes an icebox.
I think the thermostat was made in another country because cold is spelled cod and heat is hort.
Kathy, there is an official sign on the thermostat.
I know, but Casey, I can't take it. Literally, when you walk in here and it feels like an icebox, that's ridiculous. I'll work with you, but it's an icebox.
It's only an icebox when you're in here.
No, that's not true. Look around. Everyone is bundled up because it's freezing.
She is making a point. They are bundled up.
It's cold.
What if you both made love?
Ew. Hell no.
Would that help?
Stick me in an icebox and let me die there.
Wow. So I'm taking that as a no.
By the way, do you call the refrigerator an icebox?
No.
Okay.
The refrigerator. I can handle refrigerator temperature. I can't handle icebox temperature.
Wow. Is your friend here? Is your
I want to
friend
curse.
here?
I want to curse so bad. That's how effing cold it is in here.
Is your friend, we call your friend Daredevil?
No!
Always.
Not yet!
It's coming, isn't it?
Well, here's a question. I mean, you have needs. What if in space and long missions, if you're taking care of yourself, what does that look like? Right? I mean, because there seems to be a whole bunch of ports in that thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to fit.
This looks good.
I don't know.
This looks like Lisa Ann.
Somebody's had to have done that, right?
Of course.
To bang people. How in all the years and people up in space, you mean to tell me someone's never rubbed one out?
Yeah. No, I'm saying somebody's had to have done that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're on the space station for a year at a time.
That's actually what caused the Apollo 13 issue.
Right.
It wasn't, the mixture wasn't correct.
No. Oh my God, we have a problem.
What did you do?
I mean, what about like
I didn't mix the fuel right.
What about like actual sex?
I don't know. Maybe
there have been men and women up together.
There was a married couple that went up.
A married couple up together. So yes, there would have to be.
That's the first thing you have to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
the 50 Mile High Club. You kidding me?
I mean, if we're talking about serious long-term space travel, it's going to be a part of it, right? So like and eventually if we're going to colonize on Mars, that has to be studied.
It's just not talked about.
Kathy,
There's not talk about it.
You would the hand you would consider with those huge space gloves.
Yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about it.
All right, okay. This is really big. I can do this.
A bigger hand doesn't make it better.
No, I mean talking about not getting any mess on you. Anyway,
Kathy uses Hulk hands at home.
But in order to do that, because you're in zero gravity and you're floating all over the place, you would.
You'd have to secure yourself.
You'd have to have something to hang on to.
Because they sleep basically.
One would be strapped down. Yeah, they tie you in.
Strapped to the wall.
So they'd figure it out. I'll bet you if there was a married couple up there, it was part of their experiments because they're up there doing experiments all the time.
If they're doing poop and pee and all of these things that they're trying to perfect, they're going to perfect what is a human necessity.
And I have to see video of this.
Various positions, I would imagine, right? To try and figure out which ones are the most...
We are attempting doggy style.
Yep.
Proceed with doggy style. We are having a little bit of issue here. We're going to take this outside the craft.
Odyssey, have you tried the cowgirl yet?
69. Tried the cowgirl yet? 69. In 3, 2, 1. We have achieved 69. Yeah, this is Houston. We got you, and everything's looking good. I would grab her ankles a little tighter in an effort to solidify head position in the appropriate groinal area. And we got that.
All right.
NASA can reduce sex to completely mechanical.
Totally. Sex experiment.
Tell her she's a pretty girl. Tell her she's a very pretty girl.
Please welcome from The Last Witch Hunter, Elijah Wood and Rose Leslie to our program. Good morning, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi there.
Good to see you.
All right, so you're in hyper promo mode for this. You're on tour and doing,
hyper
promo mode because it's coming out.
Yeah, in fact, you guys are leaving.
Initiate hyper promo.
I like that. Yeah.
When did you get into Philly? And you guys are leaving later on this afternoon, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We got in late last night. Well, not that late. No, we kind of landed around about 7.
Yeah, we landed.
Yeah, we didn't land.
We definitely
didn't
the train
land.
just sort of like arrived to the station. Yeah. We took a train from New York.
Yeah, there you go. It's what you both got here is the essential point of the
train
whole
landings are very strange.
Well, let's talk about the movie a little bit, and then we're going to geek out on you guys because we're fans of a ton of your work.
Ah, cool.
But The Last Witch Hunter, so Vin Diesel is starring as this main character in this.
Yes.
And there are a lot, like I said, there are a lot of names. There are you two, and also Michael Caine is in this movie as well.
Yes.
But this is an original story. This is one that we haven't come across before. It's not coming from books or franchise or anything along those lines.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about what the whole plot line of this film is.
Vin Diesel's character, he plays Calder, who is an 800-year-old immortal witch hunter.
Okay.
And he's basically keeping black magic at bay. So black magic is illegal.
Right.
And that would be the scourge for which would be a danger to humanity.
And they're good. You are a good witch. No, not in an Oz reference.
Glinda variety.
Yeah, you're not in a Glinda variety, but he is reticent to do so, but you prove an ally to him. And you, Elijah, are an ally because you are. How's it pronounced? It's a Dolan.
A Dolan, yeah.
Right, not as in Mickey Dolan's, but
wait,
right.
Isn't that don't they do deliveries at home?
That's a doula.
That's a doula.
A doula.
Yeah. But you are. There's an order of priests, correct?
Yes, correct.
That provide protection to these. To this immortal character that Vin Diesel is playing.
Indeed, yeah.
Calder.
So basically, Dolans are priests in a long line of priests tasked with serving Calder, the witch hunter, and basically aiding in the background of his effort.
Are you obviously? Preston's been geeking out about Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And I know Elijah, you are a big Game of Thrones fan.
Huge Game of Thrones.
Was that
fan.
a detraction while making The Last Witch Hunter that you were?
That Rose was going to be in the film? Yes, it was.
Totally, right?
It generally was. Yeah.
Yeah, I had read the books. And
I'm such a nerd for it. I flew to Belfast once, and as I was landing at Belfast Airport, I literally was humming the theme song. That's how much of a retard. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I read
going to the land of Game of Thrones.
Reading the books, I loved the character Ygritte in the book, and then they eventually presented you in the show, and I'm like, oh my god, they hit it spot on. She's a badass. You're sexy and at the same time, and where now for your guys' scenes, obviously you're north of the wall. Where was that? Was that in Iceland? Or?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we shot in Iceland, and I think for those three seasons that I were in, we were there for like a solid 4 weeks, and it was amazing. I mean, we were shooting in ridiculous temperatures, though, something like minus 18, where we, like, as a crew, we were getting paranoid that the lens would start freezing over, and then we wouldn't be able to shoot. And particularly in the kind of winter months, I mean, we had four hours a day of work, so we kind of like. We worked from 10 till 2, and then we just carried on drinking.
Let me tell you, it's funny because Preston is unsure as to which of you to geek out more on, but Rose, you take the
baton on that one.
Yes, on this
one.
one.
Time, man.
I was going to geek out about Elijah.
Do it. Go ahead.
No.
No. I mean, I just the whole series, the Game of Thrones series, has been. Man, you got to wait too damn long.
That's the only
for
problem.
the next.
I always dread the finale every season.
I do too.
Every season. I'm like, please, I just don't want to watch it because I know that I'm going to have that inevitable feeling of something won't have been tied up, something will be teased, and I have to wait a damn year for it.
Well, you look at something as Herculean as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but every Christmas season, a new one was coming out.
Yes.
Let's get it together, folks. This may be just wiki BS, and I didn't realize this as I was looking. But Elijah, were you in the Forever Your Girl Paul Abdul video?
Yeah, that was the first job I had as an actor.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's wild. See, that ruined me for all other videos because I can't.
Where is this? I want to see it.
It's on YouTube like everything else.
And you can tell it's you.
Yeah.
That's a good song, man.
All right.
It was directed by David Fincher before he started making movies. There it is.
David Fincher directed
Oh, wow. Look at that. You can just pull it up on the television.
Oh, we're pulling up a video. I don't know at what point in the video.
Where's Elijah?
Incredible experience. Kevin, I actually knew from my days at Juilliard. He taught us a couple of classes there, actually.
Wow.
And so we got to commiserate about the old days at school, and then her and Sigourney and Kevin like to give each other a lot of crap because they, she went to Yale and he went to Juilliard, and so they just really like each other about it. So that was quite fun.
That's cool. So the movie's getting very good reviews, but was it shot in 2019?
Yeah, so it was right before the pandemic. It was shot in the fall of 2019. Little did we know it was coming our way, and it feels like forever ago.
Yeah.
I went to the premiere and I saw Sigourney, and I was like, I have a 1.5-year-old. Like, it's been that long.
It's got to be weird because I know the process in general. You make a movie, and you obviously you're in demand, so you're doing a lot of things, and so a lot of times you'll end up promoting something that you did a while ago. But in this case, with everything taking a pause during COVID, it's been that much more, and you kind of have to get back into the frame of mind, I guess, to go out and interview on this movie, right?
For sure. I mean, it's a story that really stuck with me, though. I really love doing it, and so in some ways, it feels like no time has gone by. I can drop myself right into it.
I love movies like this, and so Sigourney Weaver, who by the way apparently breaks the fourth wall, and we'll talk to the audience, which I think is a cool deal. But she's a real estate agent, and she likes her wine. She likes to drink wine, and but I think from what I'm gathering, and I want to see the movie for this, it has to deal with the way we sometimes try to give ourselves permission, and can't see the. How we might be harming ourselves in a way. And the movie clearly has a sense of humor about it, but am I correct on that?
Yeah, it's a lot about addiction and just sort of dark family secrets and suicide and just really tough topics, but it's done in a way that is it's not heavy, it lands, it packs a punch, but it's very funny. She's very funny in it, and her character and my character strike up a wonderful friendship where, you can tell they're both struggling with stuff and both alcoholics in a way. But I'll tell you, if there's a movie that's going to make you want to pour yourself a glass of wine, it's that one.
Okay.
Well, that's it's kind of the thing, and that's a lot of times, and I guess it's funny because people will say this, well, I'm not drinking, it's just wine, and but that need not be the case. Now, you are, your character is, you're having trouble in your marriage, and you are actually having an affair with your therapist. Is that correct?
Yeah, played by Rob Delaney, who is an incredible actor as well. We had a lot of fun together. He's that right sort of balance of so dark and so funny, and not just in the way he looks.
And
it's a wonderful complicated dynamic. You know, she's an artist, she's lonely, she's married to a guy who works in the city most of the week and is also having affairs, and she's one kid, and she's sort of like at the end of, you know, her limit, happiness-wise. It doesn't end that great for her. But
Well, I love ensemble stories like this, and again, because I'm drawn to this kind of thing because I do like slice of life deals, and you know, a lot of times movies will do this kind of you're either one way or you're this way, and it seems to me that everyone has nuance to their stories in this particular story.
Absolutely, and it's also told in that sort of screen of like that New England. That feel, that sort of winter, right. Everybody's hiding something, nobody really, that waspy sort of like, we're not going to talk about our feelings, but everybody's completely distraught underneath.
I love that. I did. It gets me every time. There were 2 directors on this film?
Yes, Wally and Maya, they're married, and they are just phenomenal.
So in some cases where there have been 2 directors on a movie, one will take one kind of scene and the other one will, maybe one is, handling more of the other stuff. Were they both, in tandem involved in directing every scene, or did they have their specialties?
They definitely worked together quite well. Maya was more the person that talked to the actors and like gave the notes, the acting notes. Wally did at times too, but she was really good at that bridge, and it felt like he was really great at sort of composing the shots and setting it all up and
right.
having those discussions. So it was a really kind of amazing lesson in marriage, watching them work together.
I think that would break up most marriages, right? Doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool. They could kind of flow in and out of these conversations and all day together and then home together, and it just sort of flowed. It was really cool.
Marina, since we have you on, and Steve had mentioned the Sigourney Weaver breaking the fourth wall, I'm going to use that as a perfect segue into another film series that had quite a few wall breaks, obviously Deadpool, and I was curious if you saw Ryan's teaser that he did with Hugh Jackman for the next film. And how does this guy keep coming up with these great ideas? It's just brilliant.
I mean, this is his thing. This is what he's good at. He is a real genius at marketing and putting things out there. I'm excited. I was like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen in this movie? I need to see this.
Well, you better be. Are you? I don't know if you can give it away or not, but you. We're going to say you better be in it. Have you? Are you? Have you been contacted?
One thing too.
Yeah.
I'm usually the last to know, so I'll let you know when I do.
Okay. Well, you actually, with Rob Delaney, you mentioned he was in Deadpool 2 as well. So yeah. I doubt you. You didn't get a chance to work together, probably, but that's cool.
Yeah, no, we didn't, but he's so funny in it.
I remember first seeing you in V, and then a couple of years later, you were in Homeland, and I consider there are very few shows, in my humble opinion, that I consider to be a perfect TV show from beginning to end, and so your character wasn't really featured after Brody's departure. It's not like you were killed off or anything like that, but I wasn't sure if you ended up following along with the show after you weren't on it anymore, because I loved the way everything wrapped up.
Thanks. Yeah, I sort of would jump in and out. I saw a few seasons, and then I saw the last one, which I thought was really, really strong. And it was, it's one of those shows that like you can't let go. You just sort of have to know what happens.
You have, if you look at your Firefly, V, Homeland, Gotham, which I adored. The Deadpool series, and then a film like this. You are picking really good projects, and but do you find yourself more drawn to perhaps the more genre related stuff, or what?
They tend to find me.
what they find you? Yeah, well, you do them well.
Thank you. I love doing all of it. It's one of the joys as an actor is to really get to transform, and that's something that I'm really excited by.
Who's the most rabid of your? When someone yells at you in an airport as you're passing by, what are they most likely referencing when you're in their presence?
Shockingly, It's Firefly.
Firefly, yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah, a very, rabid fan base.
I might yell out Happy International Women's Day if I saw you.
That too.
Yeah, that too. But Firefly, interesting.
Yeah, and I do have a quick, because I know I have to wrap this up, but you went to Juilliard. I'm curious as to whether or not, like when you get into Juilliard, you have to audition. So, like, what did you get into Juilliard for? Was it for acting, or do you have other secret, like, talents? Are you a dancer, a singer, and stuff that I'm not aware of?
You don't want to hear me sing.
Now I want to hear you sing.
Nope. I just got in for acting, and I was 16 when I auditioned. So you can imagine I was this sort of like ambitious and crazy 16-year-old kid from New York City who had gone to LaGuardia, which was, another performing arts school here in the city. And I auditioned with the monologues from super light material, Lady Macbeth and Blanche Dubois from Street and Desire.
There you go.
Somehow they believed me.
It was the right move, clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. All right, Marina, we want to wish you well with The Good House. Looks great. It is in theaters now, and we'll make everyone aware of that. So thanks for calling in this morning.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, take care. Marina McCarran, guys. The Good House. It does look like a cool movie.
I do like those kind of
I do
things.
too. I really do. It's like she was saying, there's some heavy stuff to it, but it's got a warm and fuzzy comfort feel to it watching the trailer.
It sort of makes you realize that they're done well, that, that's part of life.
Yeah.
So for everything that's not going to be something that you're, enjoying dealing with, you do get the other benefits as well. So,
All right, speaking of enjoying dealing with, we skipped traffic. Let's deal with that for now, and then we have another guest we're going to talk to. So what's going on, Kath?
Police activity has Route 13 closed in Newcastle, Delaware, southbound between Route 71 and Blackbird Forest Road. 95 northbound slowing near Market Street, southbound jams from Cotman through to Bridge on the Vine, westbound. You're slow 8th to the Schuylkill eastbound, the Schuylkill to Broad. Schuylkill eastbound slows Conshohocken into Belmont. Then heavy from City to the Vine Expressway on the westbound side, Passyunk to the Vine. City out to Belmont, and then again at the Conshohocken curve. Route 1 in Chester County, northbound at Newark Road. We've got an accident. It's jammed back to 41. There's actually a second accident in that same area. And then King of Prussia Road in Radnor still closed both directions between North Radnor Chester Road and Matson Ford Road, and that's because of a truck that's stuck under the railroad bridge. 55 northbound heavy Deptford to the 42 freeway. 42 north slowing 55 to 295 southbound at Lower Landing Road, an accident off to the left shoulder. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Get organic raspberries or blackberries, 3 for $10 through October 4th while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. Promo varies by location. See app for details. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Well, for the past decade or so, the Phils have been playing like this. But something has happened, and now they're playing like this. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, the Phils have made it into postseason. 3-0 win over the Astros last night. First time they make it to the playoffs in 11 years, and we have to go to one guy. To
Yes.
talk Phils, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Barkey is on the show from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, everybody. What's up?
Are we happy today?
It's an unbelievable day today. You except for I guess for Casey, who didn't think they were going to get here. But I think it's an awesome day. I think it's an awesome day. And when your team gets to the playoffs for the first time after 11 years, after a drought, and when it's played as it has over the course of this season, which has truly been up and down. They just had a 5-game losing streak snapped. Now they're on a 3-game win streak. They're in there.
Yeah.
And you know what? When you get to the playoffs, you just don't know what can happen.
Yeah,
that's the truth.
I agree, Michael. I really enjoyed watching the game last night for obvious reasons. I love the pre and post game with you and Batalico and Ben Davis as well. But then on top of all of it, for 6 2/3 innings last night, we had a perfect game going with Aaron Nola. And so I found myself incredibly nervous watching Nola out there because I was rooting for him. And I apologize. It might be my fault because I texted you at one point saying that Nola was dealing. So if it is indeed my fault to the Philadelphia fans out there, I do apologize.
And that's what happened. It was as soon as you texted me that he gave up a hit. I just handed out your address, for goodness sake.
Thank you.
But that has happened so rarely in baseball. That would have been just the 24th perfect game in baseball history, and certainly there have been a lot more of them since about 1980 than there were before. But it's still a rare thing. And even with regard to no-hitters, it does not happen every day. And so when you see that he's dealing like he was, you really start to get nervous. It's the game within a game. And so everybody, as we're watching the game, everybody in NBC Sports Philadelphia, we're all just kind of puckering up, you know? And we're hoping, we're sitting there with clenched fists. We're not moving anywhere. We're trying to kind of, keep the juju going the same as it's going. And he just pitched great. I mean, this is a guy who was drafted number 7 overall in 2014. Ruben Amaro Jr. drafted him, and he's a guy who has pitched overwhelmingly very well for the Phillies. I mean, he has pitched great. But in September, over the last 4 seasons or so, he has struggled. In September, might have been just one of those things, I don't know, because this September he pitched very well. And I said, hey, maybe October's his month. We don't know. And as it turns out, he pitched so well last night. It was really something to behold. And when you see a performance such as Aaron Nola's last night, that really is genius. I mean, you're thinking, how we've all played baseball or softball. How could he have done even that for 6 2/3 innings? It's incredible. And as well as he pitched, he was ticked at himself when he got into the dugout, like, darn it, I should have had that perfect game. Yeah. And you don't want to mess up the vibe, but by the same token, you know what kind of a rare thing it is. And think about Roy Halladay's perfect game at Miami back in 2010, and then in the playoffs against Cincinnati, he almost had another perfect game. He pitched a no-hitter. Those are things that they're just so rare, and it was beautiful to watch. And unfortunately, he didn't get that as an individual, singular performance and achievement. But he did what he needed to do. So, and then his team picked up after him. You can't this team has not. Again, we don't know why, but some pitchers, the teams just fail to get enough runs when they pitch. I don't know what it is, and this has plagued Aaron Nola for a while. It might be for much of his career, where he has had little run support by the guys. And yet he has pitched through it for the most part, and it was great to see last night.
So I know you're a well-respected broadcaster, and I don't know if you...
Well, take it easy.
Yeah. And so I had tweeted out, it was probably last week, and my tweet was, I probably believed it, but also at the same time it was more of like a superstitious thing. Like, all right, I'm going to tweet out that the Phillies aren't going to make the playoffs in hopes that they prove me wrong. And they did. Because at the time, they were not playing, I think, up to our standards. And I don't think their standards. They were losing to subpar teams and stuff. But I'm wondering if you, as a broadcaster and as a fan of this team, do you have any sort of superstitions? Because I sometimes I will turn a game off because I'm like, if I turn it off, maybe they'll start winning. Maybe I'm the reason that they're playing so poorly right now. Do you have anything along those lines?
I don't. I shouldn't even be talking to you because you said they weren't going to be making the playoffs. And
we thought that we had heard that you kill a goat before every game.
That's just for dinner.
That is exaggerated. I don't actually kill it.
Okay, you just slap it around.
Yeah, I just slap it around a little bit. No, I don't. You know what? The fact of the matter is, it is what it is, and I was joking about Nola having that perfecto going through 6 innings plus, and I mean, at the same time, the superstition in baseball is that you don't talk about a perfect game or a no-hitter while it's in progress. If you think it's going to happen, you don't mention it. You definitely don't mention it on TV or radio. You certainly even don't mention it if you're a baseball fan. If you're a Phillies fan watching at home, you're sitting in the same place. Your drink is in the same place. You don't say anything. You tell everybody, don't talk to me now. But the fact of the matter is, I mean, we have no control over that. Right. So there's nothing really that I do. But I will say with Nola, it was so tense because with each pitch, and that's also the excitement of playoff baseball, each pitch matters and so much. and you're not sitting there talking to your colleague or your friend or your neighbor and saying, what'd you do last night? You're hanging on every single pitch. And last night we saw a little whiff of playoff baseball because every single pitch mattered, and not just for the outcome of the game, but at one point for that perfect game that was on the line for Aaron Nola. And that is was such a cool thing to watch. But no, I don't have other than putting my left sock on first and my right sock on second. I don't have any.
That's crazy stuff. So, looking back at this year, how important was the change-up that canned Joe Girardi, and was all that sitting right there, or did that need to happen for the team to get ignited? I mean, clearly evidence would seem to indicate that's the case. Do you believe that would have happened regardless?
No, I don't believe it would have happened regardless, Steve. I really believe that Rob Thompson had a lot to do with this. I think that baseball certainly is a team sport, but it's played individually. And it's not like everybody's blocking together and, everybody's coming up court together, starting out on the break together. I think, it's your turn to bat. You have to succeed. Your turn to throw the ball. You got to succeed with each of those moments and movements. And so, you've got to be in the right frame of mind to do it. You got to be in the right mind state to do it. And if you're all uptight, you're tense, whether it's spoken by your manager or whether it's just felt from your manager, that's not a good thing for a team. And I think also sometimes a change is necessary. I think Joe Girardi's a good manager. He won world championships, for goodness sakes, with the Yankees. He was manager of the year with the Marlins. And then he was fired after that. He was manager of the year with the Marlins, for goodness sakes. But I think that this was a bad brew with him at the helm. And I think the players on the team also knew, hey, we're a good team. Individually, we're good players. Kyle Schwarber's a good player. Rhys Hoskins is a good player. Bryce Harper's a damn good player. He's the reigning MVP. Aaron Nola's a good pitcher. Zach Wheeler, they were underperforming. They were 7 games below 500. And if you brought in these guys, Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber, specifically this year, Zach Wheeler a year or so ago, Bryce Harper, if you brought these guys in to succeed and they're not succeeding on June 1st, after 2 months of the season, then you got to make a move. Otherwise, the season's just going to go, and you're going to have very little chance to be where they are right now. And so that's why Dave Dombrowski is the president of baseball operations for the Phillies. He said, "Look, I remember I was on with you all. I think it was for Camp Out for Hunger when you had Joe Girardi on." And I remember coming on after him and thinking, man, we're gonna have a parade again, bona fide credentials. And I'm not trying to knock him, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
And he would come out for his post game availabilities, and sometimes he, that weary rub your face with your hand, like, oh my. It was like that a lot, where looked like he was just trying to figure it out. And finally, Dave Dombrowski figured it out for him, and then put Rob Thompson there, who's a longtime baseball man. And I think he's the type of guy who goes up to players at their lockers and kind of gives them a little pep talk. He's not a yeller or a screamer, as you saw last night. He pumps them up and he makes them feel good about themselves, and they produce for the most part. And this team could still win. I thought they were going to win 90-plus games. The best they can do now is 89, which is okay. And it's going to get them to where they need to go. But I think when you look at 65 wins right now under Rob Thompson, and that's I think it's a 596 winning percentage, almost a 600 win percentage. That is 97 wins in a 162 game season. That's a division championship. That's a bona fide World Series contender, and that's what they've done under him.
Yeah, and look, Michael, we were watching the post game live last night with Rob Thompson in the locker room, and he's happy that they made the playoffs, but he wants 13 more wins. He wants them to win the World Series, and I think that's what you get in a true leader as a manager. I also you mentioned Kyle Schwarber. He's been so hot at the exact right time. That second home run that he hit last night, he just absolutely crushed to the upper deck in Houston. Can you talk a little bit about what Schwarber's brought to the team, brought to the locker room, and he's made it fun to be a Phillies fan this season as well?
He has made it fun, and he's not your prototypical leadoff hitter. He was initially, because not only did he hit the home runs, and they were slow to come, if you'll recall, at the beginning of the season. Then he got red hot, but he didn't just hit the home runs. He would get on base. and that's the role of a leadoff hitter. Get on base so that the guys behind you can knock you in and you can score a run. And so sometimes he doesn't get on base because he's touching all the bases on the way around from so which you'll take. But he hits a career high 45, then 46 home run last night, and you know, these guys are a breed apart. I don't care what sport you play. If you play at that level, you're just a breed apart. I mean, you know, they talk about the cliche is ice water running through your veins. I cannot believe how he performs in the situations that he does. And I think he's set the example for the rest of his teammates that they're doing it too. And even the young guys, and especially the young guys, they call them the daycare, you know, the Nick Matons and even the Alec Bohms, who's a veteran now, but he's a younger player. This guy Dalton Guthrie and Derek Hall, who was called up, Matt Vierling in his second season. I mean, these are all young guys. And I think Kyle Schwarber has taken them under his wing and shown them the ropes of Major League Baseball, and you can see how it resonates through that clubhouse. So it's been great to watch, and I don't know how he does it. I really don't. With some of these home runs he hits seemingly on cue, and they're so needed at the time. But it's great. I hope he keeps doing them for for 13 more wins.
Yeah. So the Phils right now they're in the third wild card spot. They still have an opportunity to take that second wild card spot from the Padres. There's a game back behind those guys. So we need to win both of these games and have the Padres lose both. Or who wins that tiebreaker?
The Phillies.
The Phillies win that tiebreaker. All right. So we're still not. We still don't know who we're playing on Friday.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
And then
depends on the outcome of the last two games.
What can you say about who's going to start on Friday pitching?
On Friday, Zach Wheeler's going to start.
Okay.
And the Phillies have set up their rotation. That when you think you're going to make the playoffs or you have a good chance to make the playoffs, you start jockeying around your starting rotation and making sure that you've got you've got your number. Like if they were struggling and it really came down to tomorrow, the last regular season game, no disrespect to Kyle Gibson, but there ain't no damn way Kyle Gibson would be pitching tomorrow. It would have been Zach Wheeler or Aaron Nola, but they knew that they were going to have a good shot to make the playoffs. They wanted to set up their pitching rotation, so it was Wheeler, and then it's Nola, and then it's Ranger Suarez. That Eflin's going to be in there getting ready to go if he's got to piggyback on any of those performances. And how about Eflin last night closing that thing out was an awesome thing to behold. So Zach Wheeler will go. He's looked great in his last couple of outings after coming back from the injured list, and that's who will pitch on Friday.
So the Eagles obviously doing tremendously well, and that's another wonderful story in the city. What's your take on everything? Just keep doing as is. Don't tinker with anything. Where do you stand?
I stand that the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. hope I'm not out of line.
No, you have to. I think it's incumbent upon you as a sportscaster at this point to say Super Bowl, baby.
Super Bowl. I think that's objective. I think I've taken a look at everything, held it up to the light, and I really, I think no, they have their team is playing so great, and on both sides of the ball, Jalen Hurts and this receiving core, and Miles Sanders, who had 130 plus yards rushing, in that slop on Sunday. They offensively, they're playing great. The offensive line is just beating down people, and then defensively, they're getting the turnovers, they're getting the sacks. They're and it's funny. I have a friend he's an Eagles fan his whole life. He lives out in Long Island now, and he just all he does is criticize if there's one play that's made wrong. Did you see that? I said, they're winning by 20 points. What are you talking? I know, but they can't be doing this or that. I think they're going to be fine. I think that Nick Sirianni. Again, we talked about Rob Thompson. Nick Sirianni is the type of coach that has his players playing for him and playing together. And I think there's no limit to what they can do. We're going to find out. Also, their schedule, I love when people say, they can only play who they play. I mean, the schedule is what it is, which is true. But there are teams that are better than other teams. There are teams that are not as good as other teams, and their schedule is lighter. Their schedule ranking is lighter than some of the other teams in the NFL, which will take it. I mean, so they're at Arizona this weekend, then they have Dallas on a Sunday night before the bye. They come back from the bye. They've got Pittsburgh. They go to Houston. I mean, they've got a schedule that should be conducive to them getting a first-round bye in the playoffs. Also, this is barring injury.
Right.
I mean, God forbid, something happens to key people, then everything is off. There's a reason they're playing so well. They've got A.J. Brown at one wide receiver spot, Devontae Smith, Miles Sanders. Jason Kelsey has not allowed a sack since I don't know when. No one has gone through Jason Kelsey to get to Jalen Hurts or whomever's been behind him in years. So I mean, these guys are special, and defensively as well. Fletcher Cox, for example, defensively, we wondered where he was. This guy was a beast. He was a Pro Bowler, and it's like, what the heck's with Fletcher Cox? He really has been ineffective lately, and that is not the case.
Yeah,
the last several
and
games.
This team also, listen, they're 4-0, and they've beaten 2 first-place teams and 2 kind of like last-place teams. But they're, I wouldn't necessarily sneeze at the Lions. The Lions put up 45 points last week without their top 2 wide receivers and their top running back. Like that team is going to put up points and has put up points all season long. And then they beat the the last-place Commanders, who were coming off of a pretty big victory the week before that. So. I don't want anybody saying that the Eagles haven't played anybody yet because, and also they're all big boys in the NFL. And
yeah, they are. But let's see where these teams finish as well. And maybe you're right. Maybe they will. All those teams will prove to be solid competition for the Eagles. The Vikings are 3-1, and the Eagles really laid a licking on them. So yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. But at the same time, let's see what happens when they got to beat Arizona at Arizona this week, which is not going to be an easy thing. I remember a couple of years ago, Jalen Hurts. It hurts his first season, and it was a loss at Arizona. And I remember saying on the air, you've just seen the future at the quarterback position for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I was geeked. And I remember my colleagues on set looking at me like I had 2 heads because you could see what he was able to do. Throw the ball, run the ball, his presence on the field. And it looks like it's coming to fruition. So we'll see what happens against Arizona. Dallas is going to be a test, whether it's Cooper Rush at quarterback or they say that Dak Prescott might be back, and Dallas is playing okay as well. So we'll see what happens. They're the lone unbeaten team in the NFL. The last time that happened, they went to the Super Bowl. So in 2004, and I just think we should all enjoy it. I was saying last night, when the Phillies last were in the playoffs. My daughter was 16. Now she's 26. My son was 12. Now he's 22. I was 20. Now I'm 30.
It's crazy how time flies.
Hold it. Did I misstate something?
You look good, by the way, man.
Yeah. The point is, especially in Philadelphia, it just doesn't happen every year. I wish it did. And it doesn't happen every year, and it's a beautiful thing. And I think it all brings us closer together at a time where it's sometimes difficult to find that togetherness. And I know I'm getting all sappy, but it's the truth.
You're making me cry. Yeah, but
I'm crying myself.
No, it's right. It does make you feel good. You can't avoid it, and I don't care what level of sports fan you are. It's good to have this story to tell.
Things are good. What's up on NBC Sports, buddy? What do you want to hit?
What do I want to hit? Let me see. We got Flyers are opening up in a couple of weeks, and which is great, on October 13th. And the Sixers just whooped up on Ben Simmons last night in preseason action. And then tonight, I'm not on the pregame and the postgame because it's Yom Kippur, and I'll be atoning for my sins of the year. You know what I mean? No, you don't. Because you're not. Because
you got a lot of sins.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what are the odds, because of sports and because of that, what are the odds the candle keeps burning for a number of days? Or is that Hanukkah?
That's Hanukkah.
That's Hanukkah. Thanks so much for saying this is year 5784, Pat.
I know. It's a big one.
It's a big one. We watched the ball drop in Jerusalem a couple of years ago.
No.
You kidding me? On Rosh Hashanah. And so this is the Day of Atonement. So we get very serious at sundown. It goes sundown to sundown.
Is this not? Is this not the biggest day? In the Jewish calendar?
The High Holy Day.
The High Holy Day?
Yeah. Thank you, Preston. These are known as the High Holy Days. And
I'm a friend of the tribe.
We're supposed to fast unless your wife throws a sandwich in front of you. Said, eat this.
That's the one caveat. If a sandwich is thrown at you.
Exactly. I get the plate too. Boom, right in the head.
Oh my goodness.
So and then we're done. At sundown, and we have what's called break the fast, and we have bagels and lox and white fish salad and creamed herring. It's unbelievable.
By the way,
really, I want you all to come over.
Unbelievable.
All right.
That feast is actually a lot of people will beat up on the ethnic fare. A friend of mine who I used to tour doing stand-up comedy when we were out on the road, and he would fast and do that. We'd sample some of authentic fare, and I thought it was damn good.
Well,
I thought it tastes good.
Tomorrow night, my friend Brian, you guys all know him, Brian Miller, has a special party. It's called Dinner with a Jew. And we're doing that. We're doing that tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Nice. Looking forward to it.
Dinner with a Jew.
They making some latkes for me, so
yeah, it's beautiful.
Latkes are good.
They're really good.
I love it with some sour cream and applesauce.
Oh,
Beautiful stuff.
All right.
Okay.
Michael. All good.
Yeah. That really took a weird turn. You know?
Hey, l'chaim, buddy.
Yeah.
L'chaim.
L'chaim. Thank you. Love you all.
All right, we'll talk to you. Michael Barkay from NBC Sports Philadelphia for all of your Judaism and sports needs.
Absolutely.
Right here.
Whether it be theology or sports.
Yeah, whatever it may be.
I just looked it up. You don't say happy Yom Kippur because it's a Day of Atonement. So you say Gamar Chatima Tova.
Okay.
Which means may you be sealed in the book of life.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that wonderful traditional greeting there. All right, listen, one of the things we are doing is taking a break right now. We're going to come back in just a moment because we got the beat file to get to, my friend. Don't forget about that. And You Who Loot is on the way at 10 o'clock. Let's not miss out on that. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
That's not me.
Someone was also texting it, and that you were in Back to the Future 2.
Correct.
Well.
Yeah, that was the first job out in a film.
A film, yeah.
That's me.
Well, I know
look, there he is. There he is.
That's me. Yeah,
Did you just break a pencil?
I did. I was,
He's stressed out.
What are you feeling? It's the stress of daycare, correct?
Just so stressed. Look, he's yearning for his lost love. Yeah.
By the way, Steve, last time Elijah was here so long ago, we were both 200 pounds heavier.
You guys were fat and I was skinny.
Casey was skinny and we were fat.
And I was sick that day. I was so mad. I wasn't here when Elijah was in, and we've had 3 out of the 4 Hobbits in studio, and I missed Elijah's
Who else have you had?
We've had Sean Astin a couple of times, and oh man,
Billy,
not Dominic Monaghan, but yeah, the
Billy
guy
Boyd.
Billy
Billy
Boyd.
Boyd. Yeah, his band performed in here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And he's Scottish.
He is.
Oh my God.
I think he was from Glasgow.
He's from Glasgow.
Yeah, he's from Glasgow.
That's right.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's hear it for him, guys.
Yeah.
Excellent. We'll take a break. Back in a moment. Stay there. A hidden camera left in a forest to take pictures of animals in the wild captured pictures of a naked man who believed that he was a tiger after taking LSD.
I'm a tiger. Look at this. Grow.
The man only identified
I'm a wild tiger.
The man only identified as Merrick from the Czech Republic took the drug to try and treat his depression.
I'm Merrick the tiger. Growl.
But after taking LSD, he then ran off into the Polish forest, stripped naked, and started behaving like a tiger.
I must leave you now and return to the world of tigers.
Later, foresters looked back
But I hope my message of peace lives on.
They looked back at the footage to try and see if they had captured any wild animals on camera, but after watching footage of the man...
Oh, this is a straight up the ass shot this camera got.
Oh, yeah, he's totally naked.
Yeah.
He handed
the brown eye of the tiger.
Yeah. It's the brown eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. They handed the picture straight over to the police, who later apprehended Merrick. The 21-year-old then confessed to police that he had taken LSD.
I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. Running around. Tiger round. I'm a tiger. I am high.
He told then the he said it started to work immediately and that he felt he had become a Siberian tiger.
Wow, that's a cool one to go for.
He told police that it was then that his true personality had woken up and that he had always connected with the animal.
Amazing.
He added that while being high on the drug, he picked up a scent and felt compelled to follow it. In 8 hours, he is believed to have traveled 15 and a half miles along the Czech-Polish border.
Not bad.
He's hauling ass.
Yeah.
But because the man did not have any drugs with him, he was only fined and will not face any further charges. So,
I mean, come on.
Yeah, this picture.
Pull it
All right, I did notice something else. I noticed
More to be noticed.
I noticed this handwritten piece of paper.
He noticed a handwritten piece of paper.
This is the audio of Kathy from earlier this morning. Did she say bitted or not? She was talking about a woman that bit someone's finger.
All right.
Casey and I thought we heard bitted.
I might have heard bitted as well.
And she says it wasn't, but
she
and
could have
texters have gone either way on this too.
Ah.
So it's nope.
Let's see.
She heard bit, and yes, I heard bit.
Well, I tell you what, if Kathy's right, passes to the movie on Wednesday night.
Okay, to who?
To Rogue One, to Kathy.
No, I mean to give to Kathy.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. What were you saying?
There's a
Wow,
possibility
thank you.
there's a possibility that she said bit it, but I think she said bitted it.
Oh,
Then I'm going to go with bit it.
I'm going with bitted it.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Bitted a woman.
Bitted a woman's finger off. You heard it.
Wait, play it again.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, audio proof that Kathy said bitted.
No, I didn't.
Can I hear it? I want to go in
Hold on, yeah.
Marissa is
Hold on,
she
here.
edited it.
What?
You ready?
Yeah.
In slow-mo.
Okay.
Bitted a woman's finger off.
Play it from the beginning slow like that.
That's exactly what happened. I was there and the woman bitted the other woman's finger off. Did I tell you I was a cheerleader?
How about your winter activities?
My winter activities, I had to not do a few of them during the camp out. I nearly bitted my fingernails off, worrying about it.
Worrying about it.
Okay. All right, play it, Casey. Slow. All right.
Remember, there was also another woman who bitted a woman's finger off. Wait a second. That was all. Is that you?
What I said was bit it.
When are we going to do our wine club again? When we get together and watch that Nick Lachey show.
Listen, what I said was bit it a woman's finger off.
Like I Like It, that song?
Bit it a woman's finger off.
Oh, you're still going to fight it.
Yes. You just have to talk so fast with you guys because you either get
I
cut off or
know.
shut
It's-
down or
it's
you can't
brutal.
finish your story or your statement or a word. Exactly.
I'm like a falcon just waiting to jump in.
Not you,
I
everybody
know.
in here.
Well, I do it the worst. I know.
Steve, can you do a little bit of the traffic in her voice? Somebody's texting you for that.
Okay, on the northeast-south conduit, traffic is backed up. And at the Woodcrest station, which
God.
sounds like a giant wooden lobster.
Seen their stand-up routine? I don't know, but you should. Please welcome. You know them from the Broken Lizard crew. We have Kevin Heffernan and Steve Lemmy who are here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Fresh off the red-eye flight in from
Fresh
the West
off the
Coast.
red eye. Yeah, we had to get here on time.
Yeah, and we listened to your show all the way in.
Oh, I hope it was enjoyable. You
Dick
didn't turn.
tips.
Dick tips, great runner,
Dick
great
tips,
runner. Cow towing, best joke of the last 30 minutes.
you
Cow
like that?
towing, yeah.
And
Camel towing,
Kevin,
man.
Kevin had a stranger sleeping on him.
Yeah, Yeah.
On the way.
A lovely elderly Asian woman fell asleep on my shoulder.
Now we were talking about your ability to prior to coming on. You rock the plane sleeping, no problem, but you cannot use a neck pillow.
No,
your body naturally forms a pillow that keeps your head up.
Yeah, I don't have a neck, so my head is just propped on my shoulders.
Yeah,
so my head doesn't tilt. You know, I can just sleep anywhere sitting straight up.
So did you let her sleep on you?
Yeah, why not?
He didn't know.
Can we all get along? Can't we all just get along?
No, I woke up once. I was on a flight from Hawaii back to Philadelphia, and I woke up to there was a little bit of turbulence. Well, there was a lot of turbulence, and this huge man that was sitting next to me was like grasped onto my arm and like wrapping around me, and he was like, "I think we're gonna be okay." I'm like, okay.
That was his opportunity.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
guess so.
If I was sleeping on her, it would have been different. She would have been.
She'd have been suffocated.
Yeah. She'd have got rid of me in a second. I'd have pancaked her.
There's a nice space between these. I'll rest my head there. Yeah. You know, it's an adorable picture.
Yeah.
It looks like you're smuggling her out of a country. And, but I envy you being able to do that.
Yeah.
Man.
And Steve, you have your arms folded too. I don't know how you can fall asleep in that position.
We were talking about that because I mentioned to you guys before coming on the device I purchased for Preston, which is this inflatable thing, sits on the tray table. Now, Steve, you are as good as Preston at sleeping on a plane, or no?
No. There's only one spot. I can only sleep on the right side of the plane, on my right ear. I have to lean against the wall. Otherwise, I can't. My neck is I have too much thin neck to, like, even a neck
Is that
pillow.
a syndrome?
Yeah, I have thin neck syndrome.
Yeah, more giraffe.
TNS, they call it.
TNS.
Yeah, I suffer
But
from
you
TNS.
have a specific. You know the specific seat you need. What is the specific seat you need?
The F.
The F seat.
The F seat. And that goes for life, too, by the way. I'm always sitting in the F seat.
That's your autobiography title.
Yeah.
Steve
Always
Lemon,
in
the
the-
F seat.
Life in the F seat.
Life in the F seat.
In the FC.
Yeah.
They'll
That's a
think it's
great
a
idea.
hip hop album. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, but I've just. And it'll screw up any sort of your long-term trip if you go overseas. You know, you'll ruin a vacation because you lose 2 days because you didn't sleep on the plane.
Yeah.
And I've never done that. I know you're flying mostly within the United States, but now you just got it down to when you get on. How long before you're asleep?
Like minutes. I recommend people have their necks removed, and then it's easy to sleep that way.
It really is unbelievable how you can sleep on. Like, it pisses me off.
It pisses me off.
Yeah. Because sometimes, like, one of his eyes remains open for the sleep. Like, you only know he's asleep because his mouth opens up.
Right.
But his eyes are open, and when his mouth is closed, you can talk to him. But when his mouth is open, that's how you know not to disturb him.
It's true.
So Kevin, you're acutely aware of the fact that Steve's going to be awake taking pictures.
Oh, that's all he does of me. He takes pictures of me while I'm sleeping. I think
have a
it's
whole album of
fetish. It's a fetish he has.
How do you fall asleep knowing that's going to happen?
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't bother him.
I'm a performer. You know what I mean? I like to perform for people. So I walked into the bathroom, the airport bathroom, when I got off, and I had a gigantic drool stain all the way down my T-shirt too. So no, it was a good sleep. It was a good sleep. Yeah.
That is great, especially when you're walking off the flight. Everyone knows exactly what that is.
Hey, guys, I know that a lot of people were excited when they heard that Super Troopers 2 was going to start production this year. It happened in October. You guys
we shot it. Yeah,
you shot it. It's done?
It's done,
wrapped.
yeah. We're in the editing room now. Yeah, that's why we red-eyed out, because we were editing yesterday. So,
Wow.
But we finished about first week of October, and we shot for 2 months up in Boston.
So with the with your stage show, and you guys go out and tour, and you've done it for a while. The other three, I guess, go off and do their deal. But
yeah, we're the funny ones.
You're the funny
guys,
ones.
yeah.
But I love your kind of your stage show is a synthesis of different things. It's a storytelling and stand up, and it's almost like an evening with.
Yeah, we each do a traditional stand-up comedy set, but we also we come out together and we'll tell behind-the-scenes stories of the making of our movies. In fact, this weekend we're telling a fresh new story about Super Troopers 2.
A tease? Because
I'll tease it.
I love the...
I'll tease you, Steve.
Tease me like crazy. Tickle my ass with an ostrich.
I'll tease.
So tease, yeah. What is it?
I have a really exciting love scene in Super Troopers 2. I have a very exciting love scene. It's...
Which Carlito's Way member do you look like?
No, like it's me with my mustache, but I'm going mustache to mustache with Rodney Farva.
Wow.
Kevin and I have a love scene together.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We have a thing.
Yeah, we make out in this movie.
Yeah, we can't really give away how it happens, but it does happen.
Yeah.
I love that. I love, because I was, watching a lot of your stuff, and there's an elaborate Patrick Swayze encounter story that I thought was hilarious. And you, Steve, are a huge Patrick Swayze fan.
We're all Kevin and I are both big Patrick Swayze fans, but Kevin missed his opportunity to meet him because he was over at the free buffet table.
But you had a moment.
The window opened for a second, and Kevin was not
Open
there.
bar, dude.
What I loved about it is that you guys are, because you guys, you obviously have this degree of success, but you're just the same sort of guys that we all would be in the same situation. When you meet someone you're sort of a fanboy for, and you realized in short order that you were that annoying fan.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No, we were like, we saw Swayze, and we ran down the list. Like we were like, all right, what should we say to Swayze? And we ran down the list. Yeah, Point Break, Young Blood, Dirty Dancing,
Roadhouse.
Yeah,
we
Next
were
of
zipping
Kin.
through all the movies.
You were trying to pick the movie to lead with because you wanted to set the tone.
I was just gonna have him just like talk about every single movie he ever made.
Yeah.
And Kevin, we didn't think we were actually going to speak to him, but Kevin walked away, and our Super Troopers producer came over and said, I know Swayze. Do you want to come meet him? He's about to leave though, so you have to come right now, which is why Kevin missed the opportunity. But then I got Swayze. I brought him over to a Japanese lantern in the corner of this party, and then I froze. I couldn't remember a single movie. And and then I was like, so is Swayze your stage name or?
And you saw him do the non-discreet security hand movement that.
Yeah, he made a little signal. I caught it. I didn't register what was happening until Matt Dillon swooped in between us.
Yeah.
With his back to me. He was like, "Excuse me, bub." And after about 60 seconds, I was like, "Oh my God." Swayze gave him the signal,
the help signal,
and they were not coming back to me. And I sulked and I walked away. And then Heffernan was waiting for me, and he was so fired up. He was like, "Oh my God, Patrick Swayze and Matt Dillon, tell me everything." And I had crashed and burned.
So, in retrospect, what movie should you have led with had you have remembered? What is the ultimate Swayze movie?
Point Break.
Point Break.
Yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
Point Break or Roadhouse.
Too. Yeah.
I should have gone.
I think Next to Kin gets forgotten a lot.
Next to Kin is great. Black Dog is a deep cut, which is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Ghost, I could go Ghost.
But you're a Dirty Dancing guy.
I'll do Dirty Dancing. Hey, look, in Club Dread, I play a character named Juan Castillo.
Yeah.
And if you translate that into English, it translates into Johnny Castle, which is the name of Pete Swayze's character in Dirty Dancing.
Pete Swayze.
Yeah.
That's our homage.
That's homage.
Wow.
Sofia Vergara's attorney, this is a follow-up, spoke out about the reports the actress is being sued by her own embryos and an ongoing legal battle with former fiancé Nick Loeb.
Are they going to put the embryos on stand?
I'm wondering if that's a bold legal maneuver or not, and if they'll try it, but we'll wait and see. The Right to Live lawsuit was filed on behalf of the fertilized eggs, listed as plaintiffs Emma and Isabella on Tuesday in Louisiana.
The defendant, Sofia Vergara. The plaintiff, her embryos.
Loeb and Vergara created the embryos in 2013, and Loeb has since been battling to have them carried to term and then taken to custody. And then he takes them to custody. The latest I could probably squeeze in a bizarre file. I'd rather do this first and then do You Hoot and then do the bizarre file because I can't let National Taco Day pass without talking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it is. And my question would be, is this the official or is this one of 12?
Oh, I think this is the official. I think Pancake
is the anomaly?
Is the one that has multiples. I think today's the only. And it is a Tuesday.
Yeah, which does make sense.
Taco Tuesday, of course.
I used to despise tacos, and now I love them.
Oh, I love them.
I don't think there was ever a day when I hated tacos. I've always loved them.
I am a crunchy taco guy. I love them.
Me too.
I absolutely. And I went to Del Taco when I was in California because we just don't have them out here. It's very Taco Bell-esque. In the taste and everything, but
yeah,
it's
good.
I think they got a few other options though at Del Taco because I grew up with those as well.
Yeah, I got French fries. In fact, the lady handed me the bag, and I go, "Oh, this isn't my order."
French fries with tacos?
Yeah, she's like,
Never
"Oh
heard
no,
of
it was part of your value meal." I was like, "Oh, okay, well, I'll take some French fries."
So yes, tacos are, and I can listen. I like crunchy and soft, but given my druthers, I think there's just a little more flavor in the corn tortilla.
You're probably right. I think though my favorite new taco shell is the sort of boat taco shell.
Yeah,
that catches all your loose items that fall out. So that is my current favorite. But if you're dealing with an actual taste increase, you're going to have to go with the hard shell, just because it has a spicier taste to it.
Tacos are indeed a messy endeavor.
They are.
You know, the last couple of bites are going to be a bit of a struggle and stuff on your fingers and everything.
That's why my taco boat thing is the soft shell is so good for that. Ultimately, though, what happens is you can take it and just reduce it down to a taco salad.
Yeah.
Crunch up everything and
You're
have at
absolutely
it.
right. Yeah.
Yep.
I can't believe it because I'm such a taco lover that I didn't know that the hard taco shells that you get at the supermarket that you're actually supposed to put into the oven for like
10 minutes.
10 minutes,
5
not
minutes
even
maybe.
And
Yeah.
I always thought, and I was like, why do the taco shells that I get at home? Why are they always so stale? I had no clue for like 40 years.
Didn't read the directions.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
never read the directions.
Yeah, you don't need to throw them in very long, but yes, it makes them a little more
resilient.
Crunchy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So there's a couple of offers. A lot of the taco places that sell like fast food tacos and stuff like that aren't in our area. We have very limited choices. Now, we have a lot of great Mexican restaurants.
That we do, so
where
we're
you can
okay
get
with that.
Tacos, they're smaller, less chain type restaurants. So Taco Bell, you can pay $10 and get a taco all a day for a month.
Oh.
Yep. It's
Taco a day for a month?
Yeah, Taco Lovers Pass. It's through the app if you want to use that. And their choices include Taco Bell's Crunch Taco Supreme.
And TSA security check.
Ooh, Soft Taco Supreme, Spicy Potato Soft Taco. Not familiar with that one. Doritos Locos Tacos, and the Doritos Locos Taco Supreme as well.
I love the different classifications.
I haven't had a Dorito taco in a long time. But the good thing about those is it comes in like a little cardboard sleeve.
Oh, there you go. Makes it a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, so when things do end up falling apart.
Right, as they do.
And they do. It just stays in there.
At 7-Eleven, you can get 10 mini tacos for $2.
I love mini tacos.
And they're participating 7-Eleven, Speedway, and Stripes stores. I'm not familiar.
Not familiar with Stripes.
Stripes.
There's an interesting phenomenon that takes place, and I agree, Casey. The mini taco is a thing of wonder. It's like the question that I've had I'm still dealing with it. It's a crisis internally that I'm dealing with. Do I prefer regular full-size burgers or sliders?
Oh.
Because sometimes there is a mindset for me that says, why is it that the slider tastes better?
It's just a little bit better.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
And I don't know why. It shouldn't by any reason.
And
right?
I have a friend that laughs at me for getting sliders. She's like, why don't you just get the burger that's on the menu? I'm like,
Right.
I don't know.
Sliders.
There's like 3 little ones.
They're easier to manage. You know, especially if you get like a larger burger, and then sometimes I have to do the old cut it in half routine.
How many bites in
handle
a
it.
slider?
For
you?
3.
Three?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it depends. I mean, like, if you're going to White Castle, that's a 2. Yeah, that's a 2-bite
Oh,
job.
you can inhale those.
Yeah. But it depends on where you're getting them, because sometimes the patty's a little bit larger, the buns are a little bit larger.
Yeah. Nick, I know that when you drove across country, your rule was to not stop by any chains, but I had to stop by chains because we don't have White Castles around here. We don't have Steak and Shakes around here. We don't have Del Tacos around here.
I mean, In-N-Out Burger, you know.
In-N-Out Burger.
I dig those a lot.
That's a tasty burger.
When I'm in LA, yeah, or really any place on the West Coast. But yeah, I mean, I understand that case. That's no problem. It's funny because like I like a taco. I prefer a burrito. You know, and they're essentially the same thing.
I don't fault you for that.
And you know why, Steve? Containment.
Yeah.
You know?
No, cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah. But I do a burrito bowl over a burrito if I go to like Chipotle.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
And they're essentially this. Well, there's no tortilla in there, is there? Well, I guess the bowl is kind of tortilla-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's something fun about eating multiple tacos as opposed to one burrito.
What about a fajita?
Oh, yeah.
Fajitas?
Yeah.
Fajitas? I love fajitas.
Yeah,
I haven't had them in a long time.
What I forgive myself for the mess that is made when eating a taco. I get mad at myself for the mess that is made when eating a burrito because I feel
well, the burrito kind of spurts
when it squirts out a little bit. You know, I don't care for that.
It's a squirter.
It's a squirter.
Preston suck bite.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
You gotta do, you gotta do the suck bite.
I try the suck bite, you know, and I'll lick the end and I'll put that part in my mouth for a little while.
And you gotta squeeze the bottom.
Sure.
Don't forget about the bottom.
Suck bite was Dorothy LeMay's first film.
Yep.
Dorothy LeMay.
Yeah.
But when at a Mexican restaurant, I'm an enchilada guy.
Yeah?
Yeah. Every time. Enchilada platter.
Yeah, enchiladas are good. And
I mean, I'll accept it.
I won't.
What's the other one that I really, really love?
Chimichanga?
No, nothing
They're
obscure.
just fun to say. Muchachos?
Yes.
Nothing obscure like that.
Green muchacho.
Tamales.
Tamales. Oh, yes.
I love tamales. You just can't find them that often.
They're delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what was a revelation? Me, not really being a big seafood guy. I've made salmon is now my main protein. Salmon tacos, fish tacos.
Fish tacos are good.
Fish tacos are great.
I like shrimp tacos.
Mm-hmm. What?
Really?
Shrimp tacos.
Shrimp tacos,
Yeah.
yes.
Big fan.
Had some recently that were really, really good. Where was that? I got to remember these places.
I got to write this down.
This is ridiculous.
Is it possibly Shrimp Taco World on City Line Avenue?
No, where did I have
open
shrimp
that.
tacos that were really good? Son of a bitch. I don't know.
Was it one of those food trucks down the shore?
No, it was at my friend's golf course. That's
Okay.
what it was, yep.
Your friend owns a golf course?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And a church.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I
It's
am
his church.
You own a church?
Yeah, I'm excited because I'm doing a juice cleanse right now from Squeezed, and they have a taco juice that I'm going to drink because, or maybe I just won't.
Yeah,
I'll
the
actually eat
taco
dinner
juice
tonight.
is great. The club sandwich juice. Now you can get it in both liquid and hard form.
Is this taco juice?
All right, well, anyway, it's National Taco Day, and it's 10:01, so we got to do this. Here we go.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
It's work. W-O-R-K, as in there's very little work you have to do to win this money. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that word, work. 3 ways for you to do it, by the way. You can text it via the special contest short code text number, which is 45911. Or enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is work, W-O-R-K. Come and get it. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Presents comedian Jay Moore coming Saturday, October 8th. Tickets on sale now at livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, a Nevada mother was arrested after attacking her child's school bus driver for dropping them off an hour late. And I was like, I saw this story and I'm like, okay, how would I handle it if my kid was missing for an hour?
Right, yes.
But there's a story behind this. Elizabeth Tanner was arrested over an incident when she, along with 2 other parents, stormed inside the school bus attempting to attack the driver, Vincent Lehnan. So Lehnan was late because he had to pull over several times to control the kids in the vehicle. They were out of control. So maybe hear the bus driver out first before you go beat them.
I could understand you freaking out. Yeah.
Lehnan told school district police that he was late because he had been forced to pull over 3 times because the children were out of control. They were climbing over seats, putting tape over the security camera, pulling the emergency window, and in one incident, a girl grabbed the steering wheel and said that she was going to drive.
How old are these kids?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they were elementary school age. So the video shows after Lehnan dropped Tanner's child off, the mother entered the bus with 3 other parents and struck Lehnan 4 times in the face. The elementary school principal, there you go, identified Tanner in the surveillance footage taken from inside the bus. Tanner was charged with battery on a protected person, child abuse, neglect, destruction of property of another, interfering with a student from attending school, and burglary of a motor vehicle.
Wow.
So, yeah.
The little kids are monsters.
Yeah. Yep. And the parents are freaking out. So I wonder where the kids get it from.
Yeah.
A man in Arizona is in the hospital with serious burns after police said a group of men filled grocery bags with gasoline and loaded them into a car, which caused fire Thursday morning. Phoenix police said a vehicle was engulfed in flames shortly after 8 a.m. when officers arrived on the scene. They said that they found a man in his 40s burned near the car and rushed him to the hospital.
Why would you do that?
Officers said they talked to another man at the scene who said the car was his. Police said the man told them an elaborate story about how his friend was burned and his car caught fire. After talking with witnesses at the scene, they say that they confronted the man who confessed that he made up the story with his friends. Police said they later found out the victim had asked 2 friends to get gasoline because one of their cars was empty. The men reportedly filled several plastic grocery bags with gas before leading them into the car.
The gas would eat through the bag.
They then picked up the victim and drove to the second vehicle. However, before they arrived, the bag's gasoline ignited with the 3 men inside the car, causing the vehicle to burst into flames. Police said the victim is in extremely critical condition.
Jesus.
While another man had minor burns, no one has been arrested, and the investigation is ongoing. That is ridiculous. I don't know why they felt they needed to do that. Let's see here. Passengers' cell phone automatically alerted responders after a car hit a tree early Sunday in Nebraska in a crash that killed all 6 of the car's young occupants. So the phone actually called the police.
It's a new feature, right?
5 men in the Honda Accord died at the scene of the crash around 2:15 a.m. in Lincoln. A 24-year-old woman died later at the hospital where she was taken in critical condition. The 5 who died were ranged in ages from 21 to 23 years old. Police said the cause of the crash remains under investigation, and they said the crash was reported by an iPhone that detected the impact and called responders automatically when the phone's owner didn't respond. Investigators hadn't been able to find any witnesses to the crash by Sunday afternoon.
Horrible.
Which could make it harder to determine what happened. But yeah, there were no witnesses, but still they were alerted by that feature on the phone. Pretty wild. I'd never heard of that happening. Let's see here. A group of 3 teens. Oh, this is another tragic story. Sorry about this. A group of 3 teens in Pinellas County, Florida, allegedly broke into a Maserati on Sunday, found the keys had been left inside. They then proceeded to take the car, but eventually crashed the vehicle. 1 teen died in that accident. Another one is in critical condition.
In a Maserati.
Yeah. Sheriff held the press conference. He identified the boys as Kendrick Lang, Mario Bonilla, and Malachi Daniels, and they were all 15 and 16 years old. The boys were wandering through the neighborhood, checking door handles to see if they could enter any parked vehicles in the area. When they found that the Maserati's door was unlocked, they found the keys inside. As they entered, they were spotted by a police helicopter that had been flying overhead. Deputies on the ground were told that there was a possible break-in in progress. They tried to stop the vehicle, but the teens allegedly sped away with Kendrick Lang behind the wheel. And the sheriff's office said it has a policy not to engage in vehicle chases through streets. But the teens took off anyway, and a helicopter followed the teens as they drove until the vehicle slammed into the side of a building and flipped into a parking lot, totaling the luxury vehicle.
I've never seen a car total like this. Look at this vehicle, upside down, bent.
Yeah.
That's a horrible crash.
Terrible. All right, we need a lighter story to end with, and we will do this one. Children at a Maine daycare looked out a window, took in an unusual sight. A moose decided to visit the campus.
I had a feeling.
Yes.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yes.
For a moment.
That's the teacher, by the way, talking to the kids.
I'm sorry, but Billy forgot his lunch.
The Summit Learning Center in Bangor said that the moose showed up outside the window to the great amusement of the children.
Children, why didn't you forget the moose for a moment?
The daycare said in a Facebook post, we had quite a big visitor. The kids were super excited. Who would have thought that we'd have a moose sighting in downtown Bangor?
Look, it's fighting a grizzly bear.
The post said game wardens responded to the scene to ensure our friend made it back to his home safely. So I've had a number of moose stories lately.
Yes,
There's actually more that I can get to tomorrow.
Is it moose season?
It may very well be moose season, Steve.
I thought it was duck season.
No, it's wabbit season. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. You still have about 5 minutes left to enter the word work for the Yoo-Hoo Loot game. All right, so the word is work, W-O-R-K. Make sure you get to it right now. And we'll see if you win $1,000 in just a few minutes. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
To keep himself in the public eye by keeping himself linked to Miss Vergara. You notice that's always what lawyers say. This is another attempt at publicity.
Another shameless attempt.
They always go there.
We have every intention of putting the embryos up on the stand, and I will cross-examine them vigorously.
So there's the...
Look at you. You're not even developed. You have no arms or legs. You're simply an embryo. You're a gelatinous mass, and you show up here without even wearing a suit. You insult the court system.
I think you should be held in contempt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not entertaining this circus.
Loeb's suit comes just 1 week before it
Besides that, you left a slimy trail all the way up to the stairs. And everyone else will now slip in it.
And that might be a
that
lawsuit.
Could be another
right
lawsuit
there.
in the making. And I'm frankly shocked that the court would allow this to happen. We ask that anyone taking the stand, please clean up their slimy trails after them.
These from the Geeter bag.
Oh,
these are,
what are these?
These are Anderson peanut butter filled pretzel nuggets. That's what Casey snacks.
So the Geeter sends, sometimes you get these baskets that have Jerry Blavitt, sends these great baskets, but sometimes people will send these baskets where there's nothing good.
Right.
And it's a wonderful gesture. His baskets always have a lot of great stuff in them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like the tower. Like you get all
That's
those
really
little
good.
boxes.
I do like that.
Yeah.
You know who does that? Harry and David.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they got the.
They have a very good with the holidays. He's the number one place to shop. Each holiday season upon you, Harry and David are very good.
Nick became full-blown, Shogun.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm interested in purchasing a tower of a delectables for holiday season. Your name is Macaroon. Cookie here. Cookie here. Brownie here. Duck chocolate covered the blueberry. I said the blueberry.
Blueberry. We don't have any brewberries.
Son of a bitch. I know you were coming to avenge me.
He really did. He got very emotional.
I like the popcorn with the chocolate.
Oh, you got to do the. You like the blueberries, right?
The Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries. And here's the difference. Here's where it all comes down to. They're actual blueberries covered in dark chocolate, as opposed to blueberry mush. Some other places do. This was once a blueberry before we treated it with radiation and whatever. But the Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries are blueberries.
Yeah. So when you had your surgery a couple of years ago, Steve,
you very kindly brought by like a whole supply of them.
Yeah, I bought 3 boxes of blueberries. I only gave you 2 of them.
Mate, I'm only learning about that now. Now I regret having the surgery.
Hey! Is this a Harry and David?
He had dishonored you.
You make me rose face. In front of Harry and David, I will kill you. You have dishonored my tower of chocolate covered popcorn.
Nick, that was just so guttural, so raw. You're
Holy crap.
If that doesn't tell you how cold it is.
I mean, it's like an alien. I
don't
swear
even-
to
I
God,
don't know
it's like
what
a thing from another planet.
Two sets of eyes.
Is that 2 or 3?
So to describe, just a moment. We had a number one. It just looked like a black mass that walked in through the door here, and then as this thing got closer, we realized that it's actually Pierre Robert.
I thought it was Sasquatch.
He's wearing a huge, thick, down black jacket. He has, of course, his hair flying out all over the place, and he has a huge hat on that's fuzzy, all kinds of fur all over it, which is fake, I'm sure. And then he has a pair of sunglasses, and then on top of that are a pair of spectacles. And his mouth is opening and closing.
Well, I'm trying to get a word in.
I'm just describing for the audience what we're seeing here.
He's trying to breathe.
So it's cold out.
Baby.
Yeah. I got to play that from Dean Martin later today. But I found this hat somewhere in my travels, and I go, this hat will make me look like a Ruski, and then I can hack into the U.S. political system. And
this actually makes you look. Who's the guy who's saying, I just want to stop and tell you how I
Yakov
feel
Smirnoff?
about you? Do you remember that guy, the Canadian guy who was super hairy?
I never saw him. I know the song.
Yeah, it's just an amazing. You do look like Sasquatch with bad eyesight.
I could be totally speaking out my ass here, but Steve, do they do prescription sunglasses these days?
They absolutely do. Claire has, my wife has them, and they're absolutely manageable and doable.
what are you laughing at? These people are laughing
at your multiple sets of glasses.
People that give me funny looks while I'm driving because I'll have my sunglasses on and then my reading glasses below my sunglasses.
All right, this is the guy, Gino Vanelli.
Gino Vanelli's just who was
That's who
talking
you look
about
like.
that song. And yes, it does look like him.
Well, there you have it.
For your love.
Yeah.
He's a handsome devil, just like me.
Wait,
Yeah.
so are your eyes dilated right now?
No.
Oh.
I could take them off.
Yeah, you can take them off. There you go.
Yeah, there.
You look like a Sasquatch safecracker. This is Gino Vanelli, by the way, who Pierre looks like this morning.
It's this big, black, fuzzy, fake fur hat with flaps. As I was leaving the premises, I'm thinking this will be good today. But you know, it's not the cold. There are bursts of wind. What?
I keep seeing Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, from the side when he turned sideways.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because it kind of looks like he have a mullet, and he actually brought it back.
Who's
a hockey player?
He's a hockey player, yeah.
with the
I shouldn't
mullet.
have used the sports reference.
I thought it was another movie thing that I'd missed.
No, it was a hockey
The
thing
Break
that you
Bad
missed.
Guys.
So Darth Vader's cousin.
Okay. Yeah. So it is. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Well, honestly, it's the picture's worth 1,000 words.
Oh.
We're putting it up.
It's the wind bursts that get you.
Yes, the wind chill.
So the cold is not so bad, but that wind is tough. So buckle up if you're going out.
Buckle up heartily.
Yeah.
Wear your warmest buckles.
Buckle up for safety. Buckle up.
And for warmth.
Yeah.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Zemed? I thought he was dead. Oh, my God.
We're not kidding. We're here. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, I thought you were dead before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, and I'm not dead.
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and there's sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals.
Yeah.
And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's like, the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko.
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, and an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God,
yeah,
yeah. The stage show.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Grease was not meant for kids. It was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going, singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he, kind of, although he didn't understand. When I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing T.J. Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, "You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?"
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I really wanted to do television.
215-263-WMMR. Specifically, the soft place in my heart for Lindsay Lohan. What exactly is soft in my heart? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard it and you know it, you should call us now. While you're doing that, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get a couple stories while we're waiting for your call. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Chris Redd, who co-starred with Kenan Thompson on both SNL and Kenan, is now dating Thompson's ex-wife, Christina Evangeline. Thompson says he has no hard feelings and, in fact, left a gift with Evangeline that should have Chris scratching in no time.
Oh, my God.
A rep for Bruce Willis is denying a recent report claiming that the actor had sold his digital likeness to a deepfake company. However, many are now claiming that rep is actually a deepfake. And finally, Sony Pictures announcing production on yet another Tarzan movie. Sony plans to completely reboot the story by turning Tarzan into a cocky naval fighter pilot who enjoys beach volleyball. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going for the phone. See if we can get an answer to this question. What's the soft place in my heart for Lindsay Lohan? 215-263-WMMR. And we're going to Shauna. Hi there, Shauna.
Hello.
Oh, you there? Hey. All right, Shauna. So we need to find out if you were listening earlier and whether or not you know the soft place in my heart for Lindsay Lohan. Do you know where it is?
The lower ventricle?
Lower ventricle. That is correct. Hang on a second. Getting a prize for Shauna.
Shauna, Genie, Shauna.
All right, and we're going to give her
it's beautiful.
A pair of tickets for the Flyers home opener. Good work there, Case. Thursday, October 13th at the Wells Fargo Center, and the Flyers return to the ice for the 2022-23 home opener, presented by Smart Water, with a matchup against the New Jersey Devils on October 13th. All fans get a Flyers home opener t-shirt, and tickets are on sale now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
It's brought to you by OMG. Excitement is for me. Go to iloveexcitement.com. All right, so Korn, Ghost, Motionless in White, and Shinedown are all among the artists to appear on this year's edition of the annual EA Sports video game franchise NHL 23.
Uh-huh.
And additional bands will include Wage War, Muse, A Day to Remember, and our friends Coheed and Cambria.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't that great? According to a tweet from EA Sports, the game drops on October 14th.
You heard that it's Carol Channing that's calling the games, right?
That's right.
The music of Korn.
You know what? I should get back into the NHL franchise. That was one that I really liked playing.
That was the only of those, of the video game versions of the sports. The hockey was the only one I really enjoyed. That
was fun.
No, I was more of a Madden guy, but the only hockey game I played, I guess, was on the Genesis in college. And there was one move, Steve, that if you just did this wraparound, you scored like every single time.
Really?
Yeah.
Once you find those, it kind of ruins it.
Yeah, we used to play the NHL franchise quite a bit, so maybe I'll dive back into that.
Did you play Blades of Steel?
Blades
of
Steel.
Blades of Steel.
Yes, with the Carol Channing edition. Bono will hit the stage next month in North America for an evening of words, music, and some mischief as he promotes his new...
Formica, furniture, cows. This has been an evening of words.
So his memoir, Surrender. 40 Songs, One Story, which will be published on November 1st. On this side of the Atlantic, Bono is set for theater chats in New York, Boston, Toronto, Chicago, Nashville, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Unfortunately, he won't be here.
Sucks.
The two shows closest to us, New York and Boston, are going to be November 2nd and November 4th, respectively.
Is it just him?
It's just him. He's going to talk about. He's going to read from the book, I guess, and
Jeff Ross.
And what?
I'm Jeff Ross.
Unfortunately, November 2nd is a Wednesday. I'm not going to get up to New York for a Wednesday.
I'm
night
sure
thing.
if this does any level of success, which it probably will, they'll expand it.
I hope so. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. local time with a copy of the book included with every ticket sold.
Don't forget, I'm coming to the Harleysville Public Library.
Oh, man. Okay.
Right down the street.
I'll make it to. This is pretty cool. Two previously unseen photos of the pre-fame Beatles performing at Liverpool's Cavern Club have mysteriously popped up online.
It just never stops.
I know.
And I love it.
Yep. The two pictures, one featuring John singing and the other with Paul belting out a tune, were shot in July 1961.
They look so young.
Following the band's second trip to Hamburg, Germany.
Thanks for coming down tonight. Great to see you here. This is my best mate, Paul. How you doing?
The photos featuring drummer Pete Best were
We're only
taken
5.5 years old.
at either one of the band's lunchtime or evening gigs at the Subterranean venue.
They used to play for hours on end.
Yes, the band is already decked out with their first professional guitars. George Harrison with his Futurama, which is a cheap knockoff of the Fender Stratocaster. John had his Rickenbacker 325. And Paul actually had his first signature Hofner violin bass in that particular picture. Pretty cool. Kathy, this last story is for you. It was 52 years ago today that Janis Joplin was found dead.
Oh,
Mommy.
Yeah, Mom.
Mommy.
After a long night of partying, Joplin's body was discovered in her room at the Landmark Hotel in Hollywood with fresh needle marks in her arm. And her death was ruled an accidental overdose. Joplin was 27 years old. She was one of those in the 27 club.
Absolutely. There was a note left behind. It said, "The only man I've ever loved is
Robert
Romano." Father to my child.
The time of her death, she was working on what became her final album, Pearl.
That 27 club. What an amazing, bizarre, horrific confluence.
Jim Morrison and Jimi Hendrix. I mean, from that era. And then obviously you had Kurt Cobain.
Yeah.
And, who else? I know I'm missing a few.
Betty White.
No, Betty White was really old.
Betty White.
The Rehab girl.
The Rehab, yeah.
Amy Winehouse.
Yeah. So it's tragic. Yeah. And that is all I have in music news for you today. All right, let's break. Let's come back in a second. Let's wrap up the show. We'll give away our Tattoos Day prize. We'll get the letter of the day for the word of the week, see what Pierre's got going on and what we have the following day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh,
in a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had like technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, "Poor man Travolta, my ass."
Yeah.
He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute, it's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie, I think personally.
Look at the cans on that thing.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship
I would love
like
to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy. And hey, look at the cans on that bimbo. You know that movie. Tom and I lived very close to each other. So so we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City. So it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we'd carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing? This is going to be terrible.
No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off. Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene where there's a horse
a donkey show.
Let me tell you about this. The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh my God!
And we've got all these people. There's like 100 extras. Many of the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, "Oh my God! They killed the donkey!"
Dear Lord,
you resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing. You know what I mean? They put the
oh my God.
in his heart, and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
You definitely could.
It's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the Bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there, and all of a sudden you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." Yeah. So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
Honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates, I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom They had just seen a screening of Splash.
Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's like
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man, but he's great. He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role, and
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have two cult classic movies that are really. They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. In theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease, too, it was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to create created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2, and they cast. Not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. Took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. It in its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kaneki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2.
10:37, and we're wrapping up our program for the day. And a great program. It has been. We started off with a disco party this morning.
It was awesome.
Yeah, at the very,
is that
very
video
beginning.
up?
We now have disco. Yeah, the video is up. We have disco lights. When Pierre comes in, we
we'll
should
have to show him.
We should show those to him in a little bit.
Should we kill the lights right now?
I don't know. Is he here? Or?
Not here yet.
Okay.
He's like 20 minutes away.
But I had Marissa locate some disco music that is safe to play on YouTube as well.
Oh yes,
that's right.
Because if we play licensed music, or if we are not licensed to play the music, YouTube will automatically block the stream. But fortunately, YouTube has all kinds of music that you can use unlicensed
in
music
its stead,
or that you are licensed to use through their platform, which I've used before for videos that I put together. So we have something like that.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. All right, we'll have to do that in a minute or two. Oh, he's here.
Oh, he's here.
You want to try it out now?
let's do it.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Don't let
let him
Pierre
present
know.
Don't let
All right, we're going to surprise him.
Where's the music?
Don't let him know.
Okay.
All right.
Pierre, are you ready?
Okay, you ready? Hold on, I got to turn your mic on. Sorry, bud.
Now I am.
Now we're ready. All right.
3, 2,
1, go. There you go, man.
E-S-E. Preston Steve Disco.
Anytime we want, man.
Where's the light coming from?
Up here and in the corner.
Wow.
What do you think, huh?
Huge skis.
We
I
can
love
change the colors and everything.
Wow.
Oh, let's go green for the Eagles.
So green. I want this for Christmas.
Oh, you want Christmas?
Oh, yeah. We could set these up. We can get to some for Christmas.
Wow.
I got Christmas. There you go. There's your Christmas lights right there, bro.
Yeah. All you can handle, bro.
Yes, Casey.
Wow.
Green and red. Nice work.
Rose keys.
Yeah, so it just changes the whole, mindset, attitude, everything about it. So it's a wonderful thing.
When did you put that in?
Yesterday?
This morning.
This
This morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
These
just
were the
suction
same
cups.
disco lights that Casey used on the trip out west. When they were, so when they were a couple hours away, it would still be pitch black dark when we were talking to them, and we were covering them through Zoom. So Casey would have the disco lights on in the car. We could only imagine what it looked like to other drivers who came upon that car.
You know what? I had to specifically, I'm like, guys, we need to go green because I don't want other cars thinking that they're getting pulled over with these red and blue lights.
Yeah. Good point. I didn't realize that. So, real quick, I would like to thank our guests. We had Matt Ritter from Subaru on this morning. The Subaru Business Challenge announcement was made, and that is the fact that our friends at Subaru have essentially given you a guide on how to do what they do for raising money for the Camp Out for Hunger, food for the Camp Out for Hunger in your efforts for a company or an organization. And you can go to WMMR.com/campout to watch the video, and it'll show you how you can get in direct contact with Phil Abundance and the avenues that they've taken to help them move to the head of the pack. But they want other people to get in on this too, and they'd love to be beaten. To be honest.
And honestly, he's true to that form, and we have seen companies step in, heed their advice, watch the tutorial, and donate much, much more each subsequent year. So it's an amazing thing.
Comcast being one of them. And Pierre's doing a live broadcast tomorrow right here on City Avenue.
That is correct.
They won second place, so they get a free live broadcast from the Pierre Robert Show.
They won it twice. So we did one earlier in the year up in the Northeast, and this will be our second one tomorrow over on City Line Avenue.
They did a great job. I mean, they really stepped up. I mean, they're all in on this, and they help us a great deal.
Yeah, we couldn't ask for more from them, and so they get the pleasure of my company. I wouldn't know if I'd want to wish me on anyone, but God bless them. They have asked for us to do that second broadcast that we owed them. Because they won 2 years in a row, and we shall fulfill that promise tomorrow.
Excellent.
We'll stop on over and say hi. Cool.
Thank you also to Marina Baccarin. The Good House is in theaters now. She was great. And it looks like a cool movie. Stars some cool people. Sigourney Weaver and Kevin Kline, to name a few. And Michael Barkan checked in. Phil's are into playoffs. So we got the rundown from him, and also the fact that the Eagles are 4-0. We chatted a little bit about that too. But NBC Sports Philadelphia, always good to have Michael Barkan on. Shall we do the letter, sir?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
O as in October.
All right, and we will have a prize to give away on Friday, Muse Home and Away. So there's a pair of tickets to see Muse in Philly and in Vegas. MMR rocks Muse, the Will of the People tour with special guest Evanescence, and that's going to be Sunday, March 19th at the Wells Fargo Center. It's a trip for two that includes hotel and airfare. Tickets go on sale this Friday, by the way, at 10 a.m. via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Complete details at WMMR.com, including Thursday's pre-sale. And it's a chance for MMR VIPs to win tickets for the Philly show, so make sure you check the website for that info. What's in store for today, my man?
Well, more opportunities for the Yoo-Hoo Loot at noon, and again at 3 p.m. with Jackson for $1,000 coming your way. And we're going to forego, as I think I might have mentioned yesterday, the workforce blocks today, so we could do our Taylor Hawkins recap. And
there's a lot.
A bunch of us were there. Sarah was there. Connor was out there. A whole bunch of folks were there. A lot of Philly fans that I ran into, actually, at the Forum, which is the equivalent of the Spectrum out in Los Angeles, except that they saved it instead of putting it into a parking lot. But it's really a cool space, and it was a great place for this 7-hour concert. And we will have some highlights, and I was standing for 7 hours. From 7 p.m., it let out at 1 a.m. It was with the exception of a Live Aid or something like that, I think it's one of the longest shows I've ever seen. Wow. And I don't know how many drummers were in attendance, but I'm going to try to get that because, again, I kept thinking of you, Preston. It was a drummer's heaven.
Yeah.
Every drummer who was any drummer was there.
Yeah.
So we have a few moments from that, and we'll play some of the different bands that got together for that.
Awesome.
Connor said that they were cycling through the bands like the turnaround was non-existent.
Yeah.
A minute.
You didn't even want to run to the restroom.
Yeah.
Or get a beer because, and in fact, while I was out, we had a grand prize winner. Her name was Missy, who lived in Arizona, who streams all the time. She was the grand prize winner. She won tickets to the show. And while I wanted to get her on the air, so during one of those breaks, I went out and it was loud, so I took her out into the hallway, and they have little patios, and you can go out on these patios. And as I'm talking to her, the Van Halen tribute is happening. I go, no! I can hear Hot for Teacher in the background. I'm going, oh well.
Yeah.
You win a few, you lose a few,
sir.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing that. That's today, so don't miss it. Hey, by the way, we forgot to do this.
No.
It was this.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you. All right. We have to give away a Preston and C show themed tattoo, and I don't know what this last name is. Fran
Mectin.
Mectin. Hey!
I don't know.
Or Meehan. I don't know. Fran's in Clifton Heights.
Whatever the hell his name is, he's going or she's going.
And Fran got a
watching the game. That's all I'm doing.
$350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattoos Day on the President Steve Show is brought to you by them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com. Check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. I'd like to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Wilmington University. Wilmington University works for you. Get to know them at wilmu.edu. Tomorrow, a Wednesday, so we'll go on Fox Good Day. We also have former Eagle Marcus Smith and our buddy John Brazier of the Phils will be stopping in.
Nice.
So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.